They say an Omega wolf can't challenge an Alpha and survive. They say the mate bond is sacred, unbreakable, a gift from the moon goddess herself. They say a lot of things in the shifter world. Rules carved in stone, hierarchies written in blood, traditions that have stood for centuries. But tonight, standing in the grand hall of the Silvercrest pack with my rejection decree burning in my hand and my so-called destined mate smirking at me from his throne, I realized something that changed everything. They were wrong. Not about the danger. I was absolutely going to die for what I was about to do. But they were wrong about Omegas. Wrong about destiny. Wrong about how much fight a wolf has left when she's already lost everything. My name is Azria Thorne, and 3 days ago, I was invisible. Tonight, I'm about to become unforgettable. I reject your rejection, I said, my voice cutting through the silence like a blade. And I invoke the blood trial. The gasps that followed told me exactly what everyone thought of my chances. But gasps turn into legends. And I was done being forgettable. This is the story of how I went from rejected Omega to the wolf who shattered the Alpha hierarchy forever. This is the story of choosing vengeance over submission. This is the story of proving that sometimes the most dangerous wolf in the room is the one everyone underestimated. Let the reckoning begin. Chapter 1. The Invisible Omega. 5 days before I challenged the most powerful Alpha in the Northern Territories, I was nobody. Not figuratively nobody, literally nobody. In the Silvercrest pack hierarchy, Omegas ranked somewhere between furniture and livestock. We cleaned the pack houses, served meals during gatherings, and kept our eyes down when anyone of actual rank walked past. We didn't speak unless spoken to. We didn't dream beyond our station. We certainly didn't cause trouble. I'd been living this way for 23 years, ever since my parents died in a rogue attack when I was 7. The pack took me in, not out of kindness, but because abandoning pack members reflected poorly on Alpha Darius's leadership. So they gave me a room in the Omega quarters, a list of daily chores longer than my arm, and a future that stretched ahead with all the excitement of watching paint dry. But I had a secret. Every Omega had one, I suppose, some small thing we held on to that reminded us we were more than our rank. Some kept journals. Others hoarded books. A few practiced forbidden magic in the woods when no one was watching. Mine was simpler and far more dangerous. I could read people. Not minds, exactly, but emotions. Intentions. The truth beneath the lies. When someone spoke to me, I felt the weight of their words, whether they meant them or not. When they touched me, their feelings flooded through me like water through a broken dam. It wasn't a gift. It was a curse. Because knowing the truth about people, really knowing, made it impossible to unsee how cruel the world actually was. Azria, stop daydreaming and finish the Alpha's chambers before the gathering tonight. Morella's shrill voice snapped me back to reality. She was the head Omega, a bitter woman in her 50s who'd spent decades enforcing the hierarchy with the zealotry of someone who'd never known anything else. Her emotions always felt like steel wool against my senses, sharp, abrasive, desperate to prove her worth by keeping the rest of us in line. Yes, Morella, I said quietly, picking up my cleaning supplies. The Alpha's chambers occupied the entire top floor of the pack house, a sprawling suite of rooms that reeked of wealth and power. I'd cleaned them 1,000 times, always moving like a ghost through spaces I'd never truly belong in. Today felt different. Maybe it was the gathering tonight, the lunar blessing ceremony where unmated wolves sometimes discover their fated mates under the full moon. Maybe it was the restless energy that had been building in my chest for weeks, like a storm waiting to break. Or maybe it was the fact that when I touched the doorframe to Alpha Darius's private study, I felt something I'd never felt before. Destiny. It hit me like lightning, a connection so powerful it drove me to my knees. My wolf, usually dormant and quiet, suddenly surged forward with a howl that echoed only in my mind.
Mate. No. No, no, no.
This couldn't be happening. Not to me. Not with. Well, what do we have here? I looked up to find Alpha Darius Silvercrest standing in the doorway, his storm gray eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that made my breath catch. He was beautiful in the way that predators are beautiful, all sharp edges and controlled power. Dark hair, strong jaw, a presence that commanded attention without effort. At 30 years old, he was one of the youngest alphas in the territories, and rumors said he had ambitions that stretched far beyond our pack's borders. The mate bond snapped into place between us like a chain forged in starlight. I felt everything: his shock, his recognition, his immediate and overwhelming revulsion. "You," he said slowly, the word dripping with disbelief. "The moon goddess paired me with an omega?" I climbed to my feet on shaking legs, my cleaning supplies scattered across his expensive carpet. Every instinct screamed at me to lower my eyes, to apologize for existing, to make myself smaller. But the mate bond was singing through my veins, and for the first time in my life, I felt powerful. "The bond doesn't lie," I said softly. His face twisted with something between anger and disgust. "The bond is a mistake." The words hit like physical blows, but I'd learned long ago to hide pain. "You don't mean that." "Don't I?" He stepped closer, and I could feel his emotions now, the attraction he was desperately trying to suppress, the fury at fate for saddling him with an unsuitable mate, the cold calculation already working through solutions. "I'm building alliances with the strongest packs in the region. I'm negotiating a union with Ariva Nightshade, daughter of the Western Alpha. I have a future planned out that involves power, territory, and a mate who can stand beside me as an equal. And I'm none of those things," I finished for him.
No.
"You're not." The mate bond pulsed between us, trying to draw us together. I could feel his wolf fighting it, could sense the war raging inside him between instinct and ambition. I knew what was coming before he said it. Darius Silvercrest, Alpha of the Silvercrest Pack, reject you, Azria Thorne, as my mate and bond." The rejection tore through me like claws, shredding something vital deep in my chest. I gasped, doubling over as pain radiated from my heart to every nerve ending in my body. But beneath the pain, something else stirred.
Rage.
Pure, crystalline rage that I'd been suppressing for 23 years. "Accept it," Darius commanded, his voice hard. "Accept the rejection, and we can both move on with our lives." I straightened slowly, meeting his eyes for the first time with something other than submission.
No.
He blinked, clearly not expecting that response. "Excuse me?" I said no. My voice was steady now, fueled by anger that felt like fire in my veins. "You don't get to reject me and expect me to quietly disappear, Darius. Not this time. This isn't a negotiation." "You're right. It's not." I took a step toward him, and I felt his surprise when he instinctively stepped back. I invoked the blood trial. The color drained from his face. "You can't be serious." The old laws state that any wolf who is rejected by their fated mate can challenge for recognition through combat. The winner takes all, acceptance of the bond or complete severing with full autonomy rights. Those laws haven't been invoked in over a century, because no one's been desperate enough, or angry enough. I smiled, and it felt like showing teeth. "Congratulations, Alpha. You just made me both." He stared at me like I'd grown a second head. "Azria, you're an Omega. I'm an Alpha. You'd last 10 seconds in a challenge ring. Then it should be easy for you to win." "I don't want to kill you." The admission surprised us both. I felt the truth of it. Beneath his revulsion and ambition, some part of him actually cared about my survival. The mate bonds, working its magic even through his resistance. "Then accept the bond," I said quietly. "I can't." "Then fight me. 3 nights from now, under the full moon. Blood trial rules." I picked up my cleaning supplies with hands that only shook a little. "You have until then to decide if your pride is worth more than your mate." I walked past him, my head held high for the first time in my life. Behind me, I heard him whisper, "You're going to die, Azria." I paused at the door, looking back over my shoulder. Maybe, but at least everyone will finally see me. The gathering that night would change everything. But first, I had to survive long enough to reach it. And in a pack where Omegas were meant to be invisible, I just made myself the center of attention. Dangerous didn't begin to cover it. Chapter 2. Whispers and Warnings. News of my challenge spread through the pack like wildfire. By the time I finished my shift in the Alpha's chambers, working in tense silence while Darius made urgent phone calls in his study, every Omega in the pack house knew what I'd done. By dinner, the warriors knew. By nightfall, the entire Silvercrest territory was buzzing with speculation about the Omega who'd lost her mind. I sat alone in my small room in the Omega quarters, listening to the whispers through the thin walls. She's insane. Challenging an Alpha? She'll be torn apart. Maybe that's what she wants. Death by combat is quicker than living as an Omega forever. I heard the mate bond drove her mad. It happens sometimes with mismatched pairs. Mismatched is putting it kindly. Darius Silvercrest and a nobody Omega? The moon goddess must have been drunk. Their laughter cut deeper than their words. I pressed my palm against my chest, feeling the jagged wound where the mate bond had been torn. It hadn't severed completely. Rejection required acceptance from both parties to be final, but it throbbed with a constant ache that made breathing difficult. 3 days until the blood trial. 3 days to figure out how an Omega with no combat training could survive against one of the most powerful Alphas in the Northern Territories. 3 days to live. A soft knock on my door interrupted my spiraling thoughts. "Come in," I called, expecting Morella with another lecture about knowing my place. Instead, Lenara Ashwood stepped into my room. I shot to my feet immediately. Lenara was the pack's head healer and one of the few high-ranking wolves who'd ever shown me basic kindness. She was in her 40s, with silver-streaked auburn hair and eyes that seemed to see straight through to your soul. Her late mate had been the previous pack healer, and she'd inherited his position along with his vast knowledge of shifter medicine. "Sit down, child," she said gently, closing the door behind her. "Before you hurt yourself with all that anxious energy." I sat. "If you're here to talk me out of the challenge, I'm here because you're going to need help." She settled onto the edge of my bed, studying me with those penetrating eyes. "And because I knew your mother." My breath caught. "What?" "Silwyn Thorne. She was my closest friend before she died." Lenara's expression softened with old grief. "You have her eyes. Her stubbornness, too, apparently." "I don't understand. My mother was an Omega. You're high-ranking, yes. But rank isn't everything, despite what this pack would have you believe." She reached into her bag and pulled out a small leather journal. "Your mother asked me to give this to you when you were old enough, when you were ready to understand what she really was." I took the journal with trembling hands. The leather was worn smooth with age, and when I opened it, I saw my mother's handwriting, delicate, precise, achingly familiar from the few letters I still had. "To my daughter, Azria, if you're reading this, then you've discovered something that forced you to question everything you've been told about yourself, about our family, about what it means to be Omega. You need to know the truth. You are not weak. You were never meant to be invisible. The Omega designation was a prison we accepted to keep you safe from those who would fear what you could become. Our bloodline carries something ancient, something that terrifies the Alpha hierarchy. We are Thornbloods, descendants of the first healers, the wolves who could sense emotions and manipulate bonds. In the old days, we were revered. Now we are hunted. Your father and I hid your abilities by accepting Omega status. We suppressed your training, kept you small, hoped you could live a quiet life beyond the notice of those who remember what Thornbloods can do. But I know my daughter. If you're reading this, then quiet was never going to be enough. Trust Lenara. She knows what you are, and she knows how to help you survive what's coming. With all my love, your mother." I looked up at Lenara, tears blurring my vision. "Thornblood. What does that mean?" "It means you're not just an Omega with empathic abilities, Azria. You're a wolf who can influence the mate bond itself." Lenara's voice was low, urgent. "In trained hands, a Thornblood can strengthen bonds, weaken them, even sever them completely without the rejection ritual. Your ancestors were the ones who performed the first mate bond ceremonies, who helped wolves find their true pairs. Then why? Because 200 years ago, a Thornblood named Azria went rogue. She used her abilities to manipulate alpha bonds, destroying packs from the inside out for her own gain. When she was finally stopped, the Alpha Council declared all Thornbloods too dangerous to live. They were hunted down systematically, their bloodlines erased from pack records. My mother's words suddenly made terrible sense. My parents died in a rogue attack. Your parents died protecting you from assassins sent by the Alpha Council. Your father fought off 5 trained warriors while your mother got you to safety. By the time I arrived, they were both gone, and you were unconscious with no memory of what had happened. The room spun around me. 23 years of believing I was worthless, powerless, invisible, and all of it had been a lie. A necessary lie, but a lie nonetheless. Why are you telling me this now? I asked. Because you invoked the blood trial against one of the most politically connected alphas in the territories. Lenara leaned forward, her expression intense. Darius will report this to the Alpha Council before the challenge. And when they investigate you, when they dig into your background, they'll discover what your parents died to hide. They'll kill me. They'll try. Which is why we need to prepare you, not just to fight Darius, but to survive what comes after. She stood, pacing my small room with barely contained energy. Your Thornblood abilities have been dormant because you were never trained. But the bond with Darius has awakened them. You felt it, didn't you? When he rejected you? I nodded slowly. I felt everything. His emotions, his intentions, the bond itself. It was like I could see the connection between us as a physical thing. That's the beginning. With training, you could do so much more. Lenara stopped pacing, meeting my eyes directly. But it's dangerous, Azria. Using Thornblood abilities requires opening yourself completely to the emotional currents around you. If you're not careful, you can be overwhelmed. Lose yourself. Go mad like Azria did. And if I don't use them, if I fight Darius as just an Omega,
You die.
quickly and painfully. The choice wasn't really a choice at all. Teach me, I said. Lenara smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. We start tonight. The lunar blessing ceremony is in 3 hours. All the pack's attention will be on potential mate bonds forming. No one will notice if we slip away to the old training grounds. What about Darius? Won't he be watching me? Darius will be busy with Ariva Nightshade. She's arriving tonight for the ceremony. Rumor is he plans to announce their engagement before the week is out. Lenara's expression darkened. He's trying to secure his political alliance before your challenge can complicate things. The pain in my chest flared hot and sharp. Knowing Darius was moving on, choosing someone else while our mate bond still pulsed between us, felt like being rejected all over again. But beneath the pain, that crystalline rage stirred again. Good, I said, standing. Let him focus on his perfect political match. While he's distracted, I'll become something he never saw coming. Lenara studied me for a long moment, and I felt her emotions shifting, concern giving way to something like pride. Your mother would be terrified and incredibly proud right now. What about you? I'm both. But mostly, I'm determined to make sure her sacrifice wasn't for nothing. She moved toward the door, then paused. Azria, one more thing. The Alpha Council has an enforcer in the region, there in Blackwater. He specializes in hunting down wolves with forbidden bloodlines. If word reaches him about you before the challenge. How much time do I have? The challenge was invoked today. Council protocol requires 3 days' notice to all interested parties. Theron could be here as early as tomorrow night. So I had less than 3 days to learn abilities my mother had spent years mastering. Less than 3 days to become powerful enough to survive a blood trial against an alpha. And less than 3 days before an assassin arrived to finish what had been started 23 years ago. Then we'd better not waste time, I said. The lunar blessing ceremony was already underway when Lenara and I slipped out of the pack house. The clearing near the territory center was packed with wolves in their finest clothes, all gathered beneath the full moon to witness the blessing of potential mates. I caught a glimpse of Darius standing on the raised platform with the pack elders, looking every inch the powerful alpha in his formal attire. Beside him stood Ariva Nightshade, tall, elegant, beautiful, everything an alpha's mate should be. Her blonde hair caught the moonlight like spun gold, and even from a distance, I could see the calculating intelligence in her green eyes. She was perfect for him. The thought should have hurt more than it did. But as I watched them together, I felt something unexpected through my empathic abilities, Oriva's emotions bleeding across the distance. Ambition, strategy, cold calculation, and absolutely no love. She wanted Darius for his power, his territory, his political connections. The potential mate bond everyone was expecting wouldn't happen tonight because there was no bond to discover. Just a convenient arrangement between two ambitious wolves who saw each other as means to an end. "Stop staring," Lenara whispered, tugging my arm. "We need to go before someone notices." We hurried into the forest, moving deeper into territory I'd never explored. The old training grounds were miles from the pack house, hidden in a valley that predated the current pack structure. Ancient stones marked the boundary of a space that hummed with residual magic. "This is where they trained the first Thornbloods," Lenara explained, lighting torches that ringed the clearing. "The magic here is old. It will amplify your abilities and help you learn faster. But it will also make the emotional current stronger, more dangerous. I can handle it. Can you?" She turned to face me fully, her expression grave. "Because once we start, there's no going back, Azria. You'll feel everything, every emotion, every bond, every connection within miles. The pack house alone holds nearly 300 wolves. Can you imagine feeling all of them at once? Their loves, their hatreds, their fears, their pain." I thought about 23 years of being invisible, of cleaning floors while nobles stepped over me without seeing, of serving meals to wolves who discussed my worthlessness while I stood 3 feet away. "I've been drowning in their emotions my whole life," I said quietly. "At least now I'll learn to swim." Lenara nodded slowly. "Then we begin. But first, you need to understand what you're really asking when you invoke a blood trial." She began to pace, her voice taking on the cadence of a teacher. "The blood trial is one of the oldest shifter laws, predating the Alpha Council by centuries. It exists because the moon goddess's mate bonds are sacred, and rejecting them without cause is considered a grave offense against divine will. So, the trial is meant to force acceptance? Or prove that the rejection is justified. If the rejected wolf can defeat their rejector in combat, it demonstrates that they possess strength worthy of respect, and the bond must be honored. If they lose, the rejection is validated, and both parties are freed from the bond entirely. Either way, someone ends up accepting something they don't want.
Exactly.
Which is why most wolves simply accept rejection quietly rather than force a trial that could end in death. Lenara stopped pacing, fixing me with that penetrating stare. "But you're not most wolves, are you?" "No, I'm a Thornblood." Saying it out loud felt dangerous and exhilarating. "So teach me how to use it." What happened next would stay with me forever. Lenara guided me through exercises that opened my empathic abilities like floodgates. She taught me to sense the emotional currents flowing through the forest, the fear of prey animals, the contentment of wolves running patrols, the complex knot of feelings emanating from the ceremony miles away. And then she taught me to touch them, to influence them, to change them. "Bonds are just emotional connections made permanent by divine magic," she explained as I practiced on the small wildlife around us. "As a Thornblood, you can sense those connections, see them, feel them, manipulate them. With enough skill, you could strengthen a weak bond, repair a damaged one, or sever one entirely." "Could I create a false bond?" I asked, thinking of Darius and Oriva. "Theoretically, yes. But false bonds are unstable, they deteriorate quickly, and can drive both parties mad in the process. Azria used false bonds to control alphas, and it destroyed her as much as it destroyed them. I practiced for hours, learning to sense the difference between genuine emotional connections and surface-level attractions, learning to follow bond threads to their source, learning to apply the gentlest pressure to influence without controlling. It was exhausting, and intoxicating, and terrifying, because with each exercise I felt my abilities growing stronger, and my sense of self growing thinner. Lenara had warned me about losing myself, and I was beginning to understand what she meant. When you could feel everyone's emotions as clearly as your own, where did you end and they begin? Enough, Lenara finally said, noting my swaying stance. You've learned more in 3 hours than most Thornbloods learn in 3 months. But you need rest, or you'll burn yourself out before the trial. We were preparing to leave when I felt it. A presence at the edge of the clearing. Someone is watching us. I spun toward the tree line, my newly awakened senses screaming danger. A figure stepped into the torchlight, tall, dark-haired, with eyes that glowed amber in the shadows. Not Darius. Not anyone from the pack. Well, the stranger said, his voice like smoke and whiskey. A Thornblood. I thought they were extinct. Lenara moved to stand between us, her body tense. Theron Blackwater. You're early. The Alpha Council's enforcer smiled, showing too many teeth. I was in the area when I heard about an Omega challenging an Alpha. Curious timing, don't you think? His eyes locked onto mine, and I felt his power pressing against my shields like a physical weight. Then I felt the old magic stirring from this valley. Thornblood magic. The kind that got an entire bloodline executed. She's under pack protection, Lenara said. She invoked a blood trial. That supersedes pack protection. Theron took a step closer, and every instinct I had screamed at me to run. The Alpha Council will want to know about this. A Thornblood challenging an Alpha. It's too dangerous to ignore. The trial is in 3 days, I said, finding my voice despite the terror flooding through me. I have rights under the old laws. Rights that will be revoked the moment the Council learns what you are. He tilted his head, studying me like a predator studying prey. Unless what? His smile widened. Unless you win your trial and prove yourself worthy of Council attention for different reasons. A Thornblood strong enough to defeat an Alpha in combat? That's not a threat. That's an asset. You want me to win? I asked, not bothering to hide my disbelief. I want to see what happens when a forbidden bloodline stops hiding and starts fighting. The Council has been stagnant for decades. Perhaps a little chaos is exactly what we need. He stepped back into the shadows. 3 days, little Thornblood. Survive your trial, and I'll report that the rumors of your abilities were greatly exaggerated. Fail, and I'll let nature take its course. And if I refuse to fight, then I'll execute you right now and save everyone the trouble. He disappeared into the forest before I could respond, leaving only the echo of his presence and the terrible weight of his ultimatum. Lenara grabbed my arm, her face pale. We need to go.
Now.
If Theron reports back to the Council before your trial. He won't. He wants to see me fight. I was shaking, but not entirely from fear. He wants to see if a Thornblood can still be dangerous. And can you be? I thought about my mother, dying to keep me safe. About 23 years of being invisible. About Darius, rejecting me without even trying to know who I really was. About the rage that had been building in my chest since the moment I felt the mate bond snap into place. Yes, I said quietly. I can be very dangerous. We hurried back toward the pack house, but I couldn't shake the feeling that everything had just changed. Theron Blackwater's presence meant the Alpha Council was aware of me now. Aware and watching. I had 3 days to become powerful enough to survive a blood trial. 3 days to master abilities that took years to learn. 3 days to prove that being underestimated was the biggest mistake anyone could make. As we emerged from the forest, I saw that the ceremony was ending. Wolves were dispersing back to their homes, talking excitedly about the bonds that had formed tonight. And standing alone near the pack house, staring directly at me across the distance, was Darius. Even from here, I could feel his emotions, confusion, concern, and something else. Something that felt dangerously like regret. Too late, I thought. You made your choice. Now I'm making mine. The next morning, Darius would make an announcement that would change everything. But first, I had to survive the night without letting anyone discover that an Alpha Council enforcer knew what I was. And that my abilities were growing stronger by the hour. Strong enough to be dangerous. Strong enough to be deadly. Strong enough to make everyone who'd ever overlooked me very, very sorry. Chapter 3. The Announcement. I didn't sleep that night. How could I, knowing that Theron Blackwater was somewhere in the territory, watching, waiting to see if I would become a threat worth eliminating or an asset worth preserving? How could I rest when my newly awakened abilities kept pulling me into the emotional currents of the entire pack, drowning me in feelings that weren't my own? By dawn, I was exhausted and wired in equal measure. Lenara had given me exercises to practice, mental shields to keep the empathic flood at bay, focusing techniques to strengthen my control. But every time I built a wall around my consciousness, I felt the mate bond with Darius battering against it like a storm. He was awake too. I could feel him across the distance, his emotions a tangled mess of anger and confusion, and something that tasted like grief. Good, my wolf snarled. Let him suffer like we're suffering. But the human part of me, the part that remembered reading romance stories as a child and dreaming of finding true love, that part ached with a different kind of pain. The moon goddess didn't make mistakes with mate bonds. Everyone knew that. So, why had she paired an ambitious alpha with an omega he couldn't stand to look at? What was the lesson here? What was the point of a connection that brought nothing but misery to both parties? A sharp knock on my door interrupted my spiraling thoughts. Azria. Alpha Darius has called an emergency pack meeting. Everyone to the Great Hall immediately. Morella's voice was tight with excitement. She loved drama, especially when it didn't involve her directly. I dragged myself out of bed, pulling on my usual plain clothes. In the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My dark hair was wild from a sleepless night, my blue eyes shadowed with exhaustion. But there was something else different too, a sharpness to my features, an intensity in my gaze that hadn't been there before. I looked dangerous. I looked alive. The Great Hall was already packed when I arrived. Every member of the Silvercrest pack had assembled, nearly 300 wolves standing in their designated rank groupings. Alphas and their families at the front, betas in the middle rows, gammas and deltas behind them, and omegas like me pressed against the back wall where we belonged. Except I didn't feel like I belonged there anymore. My empathic abilities were open despite my exhaustion, and the emotional currents in the room hit me like a physical wave. Curiosity, anticipation, fear, excitement. Everyone had heard about my challenge by now, and they were all wondering what would happen next. Darius stood on the raised platform at the front of the hall, looking every inch the commanding alpha. But I could feel the tension radiating from him, the barely controlled fury that made his wolf press against his skin. Beside him stood Ariva Nightshade, perfectly composed in an elegant dress that probably cost more than I'd earn in a lifetime. Her father, Alpha Kalen Nightshade of the Western Territories, stood on her other side, a silver-haired wolf with cold eyes and a reputation for ruthless political maneuvering. This wasn't just a pack meeting. This was a power play. Thank you all for gathering on such short notice, Darius began, his voice carrying easily across the crowded hall. I have an announcement that will affect the future of our pack and our position within the Northern Territories. He paused, letting the anticipation build. I felt the hope from unmated she-wolves who thought he might announce finding his true mate. Felt the curiosity from the warriors who wondered if this involved territory expansion. Felt the smug satisfaction from Ariva, who already knew what was coming. As you know, the strength of a pack depends not just on the power of its alpha, but on the alliances it forms with neighboring territories. Darius's gaze swept across the assembled wolves, carefully avoiding the back corner where I stood. For months, I have been negotiating with Alpha Kalen Nightshade to form a union that would benefit both our packs significantly. My stomach dropped. It is my honor to announce my engagement to Ariva Nightshade. We will be married at the next full moon, uniting the Silvercrest and Nightshade territories under a single alliance that will make us the most powerful force in the northern region." The hall erupted in applause and congratulations. Wolves surged forward to offer their blessings to the happy couple. Alpha Kalen beamed with political satisfaction. Oriva smiled graciously, accepting praise with practiced elegance. And I felt like I was dying. The mate bond between Darius and me screamed in protest, sending shockwaves of pain through my chest. My wolf howled with betrayal, clawing at my insides like she was trying to tear free and claim what was rightfully ours. But the rational part of my mind understood exactly what Darius was doing. He was trying to make the mate bond irrelevant. If he married Oriva before the blood trial, if he publicly committed to another wolf in front of the entire pack, then even if I won the challenge, I would have no practical claim on him. The bond might force him to acknowledge me, but he would already be mated to someone else. It was brilliant, brutal, and completely within his rights. However, Darius continued, and his voice took on a harder edge. There is one complication that must be addressed before the wedding can proceed. The room quieted, everyone sensing the shift in his tone. 3 days ago, an Omega of this pack invoked the blood trial, claiming I had unjustly rejected our mate bond. His eyes finally found mine across the crowded room, and I felt the full weight of his alpha power pressing against me. Azria Thorne believes she has the right to challenge me for recognition. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. I felt the shock, the disbelief, the mocking amusement from wolves who couldn't imagine an Omega surviving 10 seconds against an Alpha. "The old laws are clear." Alpha Kalen spoke up, his voice smooth and diplomatic. "A blood trial, once invoked, must be honored. However, they also state that if the challenging party fails to appear at the appointed time, the trial is forfeit and the rejection becomes final with no further appeals." My blood ran cold. They were giving me an out, a way to walk away and disappear without having to fight. Or rather, they were hoping I'd take it. "Azria Thorne," Darius said formally, his alpha command making my wolf want to submit despite my human resistance. "You have 3 days remaining before the trial. I offer you this one chance to withdraw your challenge with no penalty. Walk away now, accept the rejection gracefully, and I will provide you with safe passage to any territory you choose. You can start over somewhere new, away from this pack, and live whatever life you desire." It was more generous than I'd expected, maybe even kind in its way. But I could feel the emotions behind his offer, the desperate hope that I would take it, the fear of what might happen if I didn't, and beneath it all, a thread of genuine concern for my survival. He didn't want to kill me. He just wanted me gone. Every eye in the hall turned to me, waiting for my response. I felt their expectations pressing down like physical weight. Accept the offer, disappear quietly, let the natural order remain undisturbed. That's what a good Omega would do. But I had stopped being a good Omega the moment I felt the mate bond snap into place and realized the moon goddess had given me something worth fighting for. "I appreciate your generous offer, Alpha Darius," I said, my voice surprisingly steady as it carried across the silent hall. "But I'm afraid I must decline." His jaw tightened. "Azria, the blood trial was invoked according to the old laws. I have every right to see it through." I stepped forward, pushing through the crowd of wolves who hastily moved aside. My empathic abilities were wide open now, and I could feel their shock as I walked with my head high instead of my usual submissive slouch. I looked different. I felt different. And they were finally seeing me. "You're making a mistake," Darius said, but I heard the thread of uncertainty in his voice now. "Maybe, but it's my mistake to make." I stopped at the edge of the platform, looking up at him. At Oriva. At Alpha Kalen with his calculating eyes. 3 days from now, at moonrise, I will meet you in the challenge ring. And we will settle this the way the old laws intended, through blood and combat and the judgment of the moon goddess herself. "You'll die," Oriva said, speaking for the first time. Her voice was cultured, elegant, and dripping with contempt. Surely even an Omega understands the difference in power between herself and an Alpha? This isn't bravery, girl. It's suicide. I turned my attention to her, and for just a moment, I let my Thornblood abilities flare. I reached out with my empathic senses and touched the space between her and Darius, the place where a mate bond should have been forming if their union was divinely blessed. Nothing. No bond. No connection. Just cold ambition on both sides. Tell me, Oriva, I said softly, knowing everyone could hear me in the silent hall. When you look at Darius, do you feel the pull? The recognition? The sense that you found the other half of your soul? Her perfect composure cracked just slightly. I don't need supernatural drama to know a good match when I see one. Because I do. I looked back at Darius, letting him see the truth in my eyes. Every time I look at you, I feel it. The bond the moon goddess created between us. It doesn't care about rank or politics or what makes strategic sense. It just is. The hall was so quiet I could hear hearts beating. And you feel it too, I continued, my voice barely above a whisper but carrying clearly through my abilities to every wolf present. You felt it the moment we locked eyes. You've been fighting it ever since because it doesn't fit into your careful plans. But the moon goddess doesn't care about your plans, Darius. She never has. For a moment, just a moment, I saw something crack in his alpha facade. Saw the wolf beneath the political calculations, the male who'd been given a mate and rejected her out of fear and pride. Then his expression hardened again. The trial stands, he said coldly. 3 days. Moonrise. Don't be late. He turned and walked away, Oriva on his arm, leaving me standing alone on the platform in front of 300 witnesses who had just watched an Omega refuse to back down from an Alpha. The crowd began to disperse, their whispers filling the hall like buzzing insects. I felt their emotions swirling around me. Shock, admiration, pity, excitement at the prospect of bloodshed. But as I turned to leave, I caught sight of someone standing in the shadows near the hall's entrance. Theron Blackwater. The Alpha Council enforcer smiled at me, a predator's smile that promised nothing good, and then disappeared into the corridor beyond. He'd heard everything, seen everything, and in 3 days, he would see whether a Thornblood could still be the weapon her ancestors once were. I was halfway back to the Omega quarters when someone grabbed my arm and yanked me into an empty storage room. I spun, instinct screaming danger, my Thornblood abilities flaring to life, and found myself face to face with a young man I'd never seen before. He was maybe a few years older than me, with dark hair that fell over storm blue eyes and a lean, muscular build that spoke of warrior training. But what caught my attention was his scent, pine and winter frost, and something wild that didn't quite match any pack I knew. And the fact that I couldn't sense his emotions at all. My empathic abilities, which had been growing stronger by the hour, hit a blank wall when I tried to read him. It was like he didn't exist in the emotional currents that connected every other wolf in the territory. "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to pull free. He released me immediately, stepping back with his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Someone who needs to talk to you before you get yourself killed in 3 days. I'm not interested in more warnings. I'm not here to warn you. I'm here to train you." His smile was sharp and knowing. "My name is Riven, and I know exactly what you are, Azria Thorne. I know you're a Thornblood. I know you've been hiding it your whole life. And I know that if you walk into that challenge ring with only 3 days of training, Darius Silvercrest will tear you apart in under a minute. How do you know what I am? Because I'm one of the few wolves left who remembers what Thornbloods can really do." He moved closer and I noticed the scars on his hands, old marks that looked like they came from fights that should have been fatal. Before the purge, before the Alpha Council decided your bloodline was too dangerous to exist, Thornbloods weren't just empaths. They were warriors, healers, bond weavers who could reshape pack dynamics with a thought. "Lenara is already training me. Lenara is teaching you the basics of empathy and bond manipulation. That's good. That's necessary." His eyes glittered with something dangerous. "But I can teach you how to fight. Really fight. Using your Thornblood abilities as weapons instead of just defensive tools." I studied him warily. "Why would you help me?" Because the Alpha Council has been suppressing dangerous bloodlines for 200 years, and it's made the entire shifter world weak and stagnant. He leaned against the wall, casual despite the weight of his words. Thornbloods, shadow walkers, storm callers, any wolf with abilities beyond basic shifting was systematically eliminated because they threatened the established hierarchy. But that hierarchy is rotting from the inside out, and someone needs to shake it up. And you think I'm that someone? I think you're an Omega who challenged an Alpha and lived to tell about it. I think you've got nothing to lose and everything to prove. His smile widened. And I think that makes you exactly the kind of chaos this world needs. You still haven't told me why you can't be sensed. Why don't my abilities work on you? Because I'm a shadow walker. He said it casually, like he hadn't just admitted to being a member of another supposedly extinct bloodline. We exist outside the normal emotional currents. It's why the Alpha Council wanted us dead, wolves they couldn't track, couldn't sense, couldn't control. But you survived. My entire family didn't. I did. The casual facade slipped for just a moment, revealing something darker beneath. And I've been waiting a long time for a chance to make the council regret their purge. We stared at each other in the dim storage room, two wolves from forbidden bloodlines, both carrying scars from a war that had officially ended before we were born. If I agree to let you train me, I said slowly, what do you want in return? When you win your trial. If I win. When, he insisted, you win your trial and gain legitimate standing in the shifter world, I want you to remember that there are other bloodlines out there, other wolves who were told they were too dangerous to exist. And I want you to help me find them. Why? Because the Alpha Council is planning something. I don't know what yet, but I've been tracking their movements for months. They're gathering forces, consolidating power, preparing for something big. His expression was grave. And when it happens, we're going to need every dangerous bloodline we can find just to survive it. The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. This wasn't just about my challenge anymore. This was bigger than a rejected Omega fighting for recognition. This was about the future of every wolf who didn't fit into the Council's narrow definition of acceptable. One condition, I said. Name it. You tell me the truth about what happened to the Thornbloods. The real truth, not the sanitized version they teach in pack histories. Riven's expression darkened. Are you sure you want to know? I'm going to die in 3 days if I don't become stronger. I need to understand what I'm really capable of, what my ancestors were capable of. I met his eyes squarely. So yes, tell me the truth. He was silent for a long moment, then nodded. The Thornblood purge started with a lie. He began, his voice low and intense. Azria, the rogue Thornblood everyone talks about? She didn't go mad from using her powers. She was driven mad, systematically tortured by Alpha Council operatives who wanted to study how Thornblood abilities worked so they could replicate them artificially. My blood ran cold. When she finally escaped and started destroying packs, it wasn't random violence. She was hunting down the alphas who had sanctioned her torture, killing the wolves who had turned her into a weapon and then lost control of her. The council used her rampage as justification. To eliminate every Thornblood in existence, yes. They framed it as protecting the shifter world from dangerous abilities. But the truth is, they were terrified of what Thornbloods could do. Your ancestors could sense lies, could manipulate bonds, could turn an alpha's own pack against them with nothing but emotional influence. He pushed off the wall, moving closer. You're not dangerous because you're unstable, Azria. You're dangerous because you can see through the lies that hold the entire hierarchy together. And you think I should weaponize that. I think you should survive. And if weaponizing your abilities is what it takes, then yes. His eyes blazed with conviction. The Alpha Council killed your family. They've spent 23 years hunting for you. In 3 days, they're going to watch you fight Darius, and if you show any sign of weakness, Darren Blackwater will execute you before you leave the challenge ring. So teach me, I said, making a decision. Teach me how to fight like a Thornblood was meant to fight. Riven's smile was fierce and approving. Meet me in the old training grounds tonight, midnight. Bring Lenara if you want. She can continue teaching you control, while I teach you combat applications. He moved toward the door, then paused. Fair warning, my training methods aren't gentle. You're going to hurt. You're going to fail. You're going to want to quit. But I'll survive? If you're strong enough. If you're willing to embrace what you really are instead of the watered-down version everyone told you to be. He opened the door, glancing back one more time. The question is, are you ready to become something that scares even you? I thought about my mother accepting Omega status to keep me safe. About 23 years of being invisible, forgettable, powerless. About Darius choosing political advantage over a mate bond gifted by the moon goddess herself. About Theron Blackwater, waiting to see if I was worth preserving or eliminating. Yes, I said firmly. I'm ready. Good. Riven disappeared into the corridor, leaving me alone in the storage room with 3 days until the blood trial and a new teacher who promised to turn me into something dangerous. Something feared. Something powerful enough to survive what was coming. I just hoped I would still recognize myself when the transformation was complete. That night, my real training would begin. And by the time Darius Silvercrest faced me in the challenge ring, he would discover that rejecting an Omega was the biggest mistake of his life. Because Omegas remember every slight, every dismissal, every moment of being overlooked. And Thornbloods never forget. Chapter 4. The Shadow Training. Midnight came with the weight of destiny. I slipped out of the Omega quarters while the rest of the pack slept, moving through shadows with a stealth I'd perfected over years of trying not to be noticed. The irony wasn't lost on me. All those years of being invisible were finally proving useful. Lenara was waiting at the edge of the forest, her healer's bag slung over one shoulder and her expression caught between concern and determination. You're sure about this? She asked as we began the trek to the old training grounds. Riven is not like other teachers. His methods are extreme, even by warrior standards. You know him. I know of him. Shadow Walkers were purged around the same time as Thornbloods. The council called them unstable and ungovernable. She pushed aside a low-hanging branch, her voice thoughtful. Rumor was that a few survived by going completely off-grid, hiding in territories so remote that even the council's enforcers couldn't find them. I never thought I'd actually meet one. He said he wants to build a network of forbidden bloodlines. Of course he does. Lenara's tone was dry. Shadow Walkers were always ambitious. It's part of what made them dangerous. They could move unseen, strike without warning, and disappear before anyone knew they'd been there. Combined with that ambition, she shook her head. Just be careful, Azria. Riven may be offering to help, but he has his own agenda. Make sure your goals align before you trust him completely. We emerged into the old training grounds to find Riven already there, moving through combat forms with a fluid grace that made my warrior-trained packmates look clumsy by comparison. In the moonlight, he was almost ethereal. There one moment, shadow-wrapped the next, his movements so smooth they barely disturbed the air around him. He stopped when he sensed our arrival, though I had no idea how. My empathic abilities still couldn't touch him. He remained a blank space in the emotional landscape, like a hole in reality. Good. You're both here. He gestured to the ancient stones that ringed the clearing. Lenara, I assume you've been teaching her emotional sensing and basic bond manipulation? The fundamentals, yes. She's a fast learner, faster than any Thornblood I've heard of. Lenara set down her healer's bag. But 3 days isn't enough time to master abilities that normally take years to develop. Which is why we're not going for mastery. We're going for survival. Riven turned his attention to me, and those storm blue eyes seemed to look straight through to my core. Tell me, Azria, what do you think is Thornblood's greatest weapon? The ability to sense and manipulate emotions? That's a tool, not a weapon. Try again. I thought about my mother's journal, about the stories Lenara had shared, about everything I'd learned in the past 24 hours. The ability to influence mate bonds? Still just a tool. He began to circle me like a predator evaluating prey. You're thinking too small. too limited by what others have told you Thornbloods can do. But I'm asking what your greatest weapon is. I don't understand. Your greatest weapon, he interrupted, stopping directly in front of me, is that everyone underestimates you. They see an Omega, they assume weakness. They see a Thornblood, they remember horror stories about manipulation and madness. They see a rejected mate, they expect you to be broken and desperate. His smile was sharp as a blade. They never expect you to be dangerous until it's too late. Understanding dawned slowly. You want me to use their assumptions against them. I want you to weaponize everything they think makes you weak. Your Omega status? It makes Alphas lower their guard, assume you're not a real threat. Your empathic abilities? Most wolves think emotions are soft, useless in combat. Your rejection? He leaned closer, his voice dropping to something intense and almost fierce. Darius rejected you because he thought you weren't good enough. Show him that rejection was the catalyst that turned you into his worst nightmare.
How?
By learning to fight the way Thornbloods were meant to fight, not with claws and teeth like every other shifter, but with the one thing Alphas can't defend against. He tapped his temple. Their own minds. Lenara stepped forward, her healer's instincts clearly warring with her curiosity. Psychological warfare? That's what you're teaching her. I'm teaching her to survive against an opponent who is bigger, stronger, faster, and more experienced than she is. Riven's expression was serious now. Darius Silvercrest is a trained alpha warrior. He's been fighting since he could walk, learning from the best combat instructors in the Northern Territories. If Azria tries to match him strength for strength, she'll die in seconds. But if she fights mind to mind, then she might actually have a chance. He gestured for me to step into the center of the training circle. Thornbloods used to be the most feared warriors in shifter history, not because they were the strongest, but because they could make their opponents defeat themselves. Turn an alpha's confidence into overconfidence. Transform battle rage into reckless aggression. Make a warrior question every instinct until they hesitate at exactly the wrong moment. I searched for the right word. Cruel. It's survival. His voice hardened. Do you think Darius will show you mercy in the challenge ring? Do you think he'll pull his punches because you used to clean his chambers? He's going to try to end the fight as quickly as possible, a clean kill that proves you were never worthy of the mate bond in the first place. The brutal truth of his words hit like a physical blow. So, you're going to learn to be cruel right back, Riven continued. You're going to learn to find every psychological weakness, every emotional vulnerability, every fear that keeps an alpha awake at night. And then you're going to exploit them without mercy or hesitation. And if that makes me like Azria, if using these abilities turns me into the monster everyone expects, then you'll be a living monster instead of a noble corpse. He held my gaze steadily. The choice is yours, Azria. Stay pure and die with your principles intact, or get your hands dirty and live to fight another day. But decide now, because once we start this training, there's no going back. I looked at Lenara, seeking guidance. She studied me for a long moment before speaking. Your mother chose safety over power, she said quietly. She accepted Omega status, suppressed her abilities, hid from the world to keep you alive. It was a valid choice. She gave you 23 years of life you wouldn't have had otherwise. But you're not your mother, Azria. You're facing a different kind of danger, and you need different tools to survive it. She moved closer, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. Whatever you choose tonight will define who you become. Just make sure it's a choice you can live with. I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of the decision settling over me like a mantle. Stay pure. Stay powerless. Stay dead. Or embrace the darkness that came with true power and survive long enough to possibly change the system that had tried to destroy me. When I opened my eyes, I knew what I had to do. Teach me, I said to Riven. Teach me everything. His smile was approving and slightly predatory. Then we begin. Shift. I let my wolf form emerge, smaller than an alpha's, gray where Darius was midnight black, built for speed rather than raw power. In this form, I was even more obviously outmatched. Good. Now come at me. I lunged, aiming for his throat like any wolf would. He sidestepped effortlessly, and I tumbled past him into the dirt. Again. I attacked from a different angle. Same result. Again.
And again.
And again. After the 10th failed attempt, I was panting with exhaustion and frustration. Riven looked like he'd been standing still the entire time. "You're fighting like every other wolf in existence," he said, circling my tired form. "Relying on physical attacks that you're not strong enough to land. But you're not every other wolf, are you?" "I'm a Thornblood," I panted. "So act like one. Stop trying to bite me and start trying to break me." He gestured toward Lenara. "She's been teaching you to sense emotions. Have you tried sensing mine?" "I can't. You're blank to me. Because I'm actively shielding. But in a real fight, when adrenaline is pumping and focus is split between attack and defense." His smile was challenging. "Try harder." I shifted back to human form, sweat-soaked and dirt-stained, and opened my empathic senses fully. Pushed past the blank wall where Riven should have been, searching for any crack in his shields.
There.
A hairline fracture in his defenses so small I almost missed it. And through that crack, I felt
pain.
Old pain. Grief for family lost. Rage at the council. Determination bordering on obsession. "Good," Riven said softly, and I realized my empathic touch had found its mark. "You're feeling it now, aren't you? The emotions I keep locked away because they're too dangerous to examine too closely." I didn't mean to intrude. In a real fight, intrusion is the point. He moved closer, and I could feel more now, the complex web of trauma and survival instinct that drove him. Everyone has wounds, Azria. Even alphas. Especially alphas. They just hide them better behind aggression and dominance displays. So, I find their wounds and exploit them? You find their wounds and make them remember exactly how they got hurt in the first place. His expression was intense. Fear is the greatest weapon in any arsenal. If you can make Darius afraid, truly afraid, then his superior strength becomes irrelevant. Fear makes you hesitate, makes you doubt, makes you vulnerable in ways that claws and teeth never can. Lenara stepped forward, her healer's perspective adding depth to the lesson. "But you have to be careful, Azria. Pushing too hard on emotional wounds can backfire. A cornered, terrified alpha is unpredictable. They might surrender, or they might go completely berserk." "Which is why we're going to spend the next 3 days teaching you control," Riven said. "You need to be able to apply exactly the right amount of psychological pressure, enough to throw him off balance, but not so much that you trigger a complete breakdown." He began to walk me through exercises that were unlike anything I'd ever experienced. First, he taught me to identify specific emotional vulnerabilities. Not just this person is sad, but this person's sadness stems from feeling inadequate, from never living up to their father's expectations, from constantly comparing themselves to siblings who achieved more. Then he taught me to apply pressure to those vulnerabilities. Subtle suggestions that worked with my empathic abilities to make existing fears grow louder. Nothing that would read as obvious manipulation, just gentle nudges that amplified what was already there. "The key," he explained as I practiced on small woodland creatures, "is that you're not creating emotions from nothing. You're just turning up the volume on what already exists. It's the difference between lying and telling a carefully selected truth." That feels like splitting hairs. Maybe. But it's splitting hairs that keeps you from going mad like Azria did. His expression darkened. She tried to create emotions from scratch, to force bonds that didn't exist naturally. That's what broke her mind. The constant effort of maintaining false feelings in dozens of wolves simultaneously. You're not doing that. You're just working with what's already there. We trained for hours, Lenara providing support and healing when I pushed too hard and gave myself blinding empathic headaches. Riven was a relentless teacher, never satisfied, always pushing for more precision, more control, more power. By the time the first hints of dawn touched the horizon, I was exhausted but fundamentally changed. I could now sense emotional vulnerabilities in any wolf within 100 yards. Could apply pressure to specific fears with surgical precision. could weaponize empathy in ways that would have seemed impossible 24 hours ago. Good work, Riven finally said as we prepared to leave the training grounds. Tomorrow night, we'll start working on combat applications, how to use psychological warfare while you're actually fighting. And the night after that, we'll do a full simulation with Lenara playing the role of Darius. Will it be enough? I asked, voicing the fear that had been growing throughout the night. 3 nights of training against a lifetime of combat experience. Honestly, I don't know. His blunt admission was somehow more comforting than false reassurance would have been. But I do know that you're stronger than you were yesterday. And you'll be stronger still tomorrow. Whether that's enough to survive Darius. He shrugged. We'll find out in 3 days. As Lenara and I walked back toward the pack house, the sun rising behind us, I felt the weight of what I'd learned settling into my bones. I had power now. Real power. The kind that could break minds as easily as claws broke skin. The question was whether I would use it, and whether using it would turn me into the monster everyone expected Thornbloods to be. I made it back to my room, just as the rest of the Omega quarters were waking up. My muscles ached from the night's training, and my mind felt raw from hours of emotional manipulation practice. All I wanted was to collapse into bed and sleep for a week. Instead, I found someone waiting for me. Darius sat on my bed, looking completely out of place in the tiny, shabby room. His alpha presence filled the space, making everything seem smaller and shabbier by comparison. What are you doing here? I asked, too tired to be properly shocked. I needed to see you. He stood, and I could feel his emotions now. The confusion, the reluctant concern, the mate bond pulling at him despite his best efforts to ignore it. Azria, please. Withdraw the challenge. Accept my offer of safe passage to another territory. This doesn't have to end in bloodshed. Why do you care? You're engaged to Oriva now. The mate bond shouldn't matter anymore. It matters. The admission seemed to cost him something. Moon Goddess, help me, it matters. I can feel you across the distance, your pain, your exhaustion, your determination to see this through. And I can't. He ran a hand through his dark hair, frustration radiating off him in waves. I can't shake the feeling that I'm making a terrible mistake. My empathic abilities were still raw and open from the night's training. Without meaning to, I felt his emotional landscape spread out before me like a map. Fear of vulnerability. Terror of needing someone more than they needed him. Shame at his own cowardice in rejecting the mate bond. And underneath it all, buried so deep he probably didn't recognize it himself. Genuine care for me that went beyond the supernatural connection. He could have loved me, I realized. If he hadn't been so afraid of what that love might cost him. You're not making a mistake, I said quietly. You're just facing the consequences of a choice you already made. You chose political advantage over the mate bond. You chose Oriva over me. Those were valid choices, Darius, even if I hate them. Then why won't you walk away? Because I'm tired of being the one who always walks away. I moved closer, and he didn't retreat, a small victory. Do you know what it's like to be invisible your whole life? To have every wolf you meet look through you like you don't exist? To know that your worth is measured entirely by your usefulness to others? Azria. You rejected me because I'm Omega. Because acknowledging our bond would complicate your political plans. Because the Moon Goddess made a mistake when she paired us. I held his gaze, letting him see the steel that had been forged in me over the past few days. But I'm done accepting that narrative. The blood trial gives me one chance to prove I'm worth more than my rank. One chance to force the entire shifter world to see me. And I'm not giving that up, even if it kills me. It will kill you. His voice was hoarse. I don't want to kill you, Azria, but I can't throw a challenge. Can't let myself lose for political reasons. It would make me look weak, and weakness is something an alpha can't afford. Then don't throw it. Fight me with everything you have. I felt my Thornblood abilities stirring, responding to his emotional turmoil. It would be so easy to reach out, to apply pressure to his guilt and doubt, to make him question himself until he was paralyzed with indecision. But I didn't. Because using my abilities on him now, in this moment of genuine vulnerability, felt like a line I wasn't ready to cross. "I'll see you in the challenge ring in 3 days," I said instead. "Until then, stay away from me. Focus on your engagement, your alliance, your perfect political future. And let me prepare to face you the only way I know how." He stared at me for a long moment, emotions warring across his face. Then he turned and walked toward the door. But he paused at the threshold, looking back. "For what it's worth," he said quietly, "I am sorry. Sorry that the mate bond paired us when it could never work. Sorry that I can't be what you need me to be. Sorry that this is going to end with one of us dead or broken. Sorry doesn't change anything. I know, but I needed to say it anyway." He left, closing the door softly behind him, and I was alone with the lingering ghost of his presence and the mate bond aching in my chest like a physical wound. I collapsed onto my bed, every muscle screaming with exhaustion, and let myself feel the full weight of what was coming. 3 days until I faced him in combat. 3 days to master abilities that normally took years to learn. 3 days to become dangerous enough to survive. And somewhere out there, Theron Blackwater was watching and waiting to see if I would live up to my bloodline's terrifying legacy. Or if I would die trying. Tomorrow night would bring new training, new revelations, and a visitor who would change everything I thought I knew about the blood trial. But for now, I slept the dreamless sleep of the utterly exhausted. And when I woke, I would be one day closer to either my death or my transformation into something powerful enough to shake the foundations of the shifter world. The clock was ticking, and I was running out of time. Chapter 5, The Alpha's Dilemma. I woke to chaos. Shouting voices echoed through the Omega quarters, accompanied by the sound of running footsteps and slamming doors. My exhausted body protested as I dragged myself out of bed, every muscle aching from last night's training with Riven. The empathic flood hit me the moment I opened my door.
Fear.
Confusion. Anger.
Excitement.
Something had happened. Something big. I grabbed the nearest Omega, a young wolf named Mireia who usually worked in the kitchens, as she rushed past my room. "What's going on? You haven't heard?" Her eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and thrilled gossip. "Alpha Darius called off his engagement to Ariva Nightshade. I just announced it an hour ago. Alpha Kalen is furious. He's threatening to withdraw his alliance and declare blood feud if Darius doesn't reverse his decision immediately." My heart stopped. He did what? Called off the engagement. Said he couldn't go through with a political marriage while his true mate bond remained unresolved. Mireia leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Everyone's saying he's going to accept your bond after the blood trial. That he's been fighting it but finally realized the moon goddesses can't be denied." She rushed off before I could process her words, leaving me standing frozen in my doorway. Darius had called off the engagement. The carefully constructed political alliance he'd chosen over me, the perfect match with Ariva Nightshade that was supposed to make our mate bond irrelevant. He destroyed it all with a single announcement.
Why?
I needed to find Lenara. I needed to understand what this meant for the blood trial, for my training, for everything that had been building toward the challenge 3 days from now. But before I could move, my empathic abilities flared with a warning. Someone was approaching. Someone whose emotional signature felt like ice and calculation and barely restrained violence. Alpha Kalen Nightshade. He appeared at the end of the corridor, his silver hair perfectly groomed despite the early hour, his cold eyes locked onto me with predatory focus. 2 of his personal guards flanked him, massive wolves whose hands rested casually on the weapons at their belts. Every Omega in the corridor scattered like mice before a snake. I stood my ground. "Azria Thorne," he said, his voice smooth as poisoned honey. "The Omega who broke an engagement without even trying. Impressive." I didn't break anything. Darius made his own choice. Did he? Kalen moved closer, and I felt the full weight of his alpha power pressing against me. He was older than Darius, more experienced, more comfortable wielding dominance like a weapon. Or did a desperate Thornblood use her forbidden abilities to manipulate my future son-in-law's emotions? My blood ran cold. He knew what I was. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't insult my intelligence, girl. He was close enough now that I could see the cruelty in his eyes. I've been alive long enough to remember the Thornblood purge. I was there when we hunted down the last of your kind. I know exactly what you're capable of, and I know that Darius's sudden change of heart reeks of emotional manipulation. The mate bond is real, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He felt it. I felt it. Whatever choice he made came from that, not from me forcing anything. Perhaps. Or perhaps you're exactly the kind of threat the Alpha Council warned us about 23 years ago. Kalen's smile was razor-sharp. Either way, you've become a problem that needs solving. His guards shifted slightly, hands moving toward their weapons. You can't kill me, I said, desperately searching for leverage. The blood trial is protected by the old laws. Harming a challenger before the trial is only forbidden if you can prove harm was intended. Kalen examined his perfectly manicured nails with affected disinterest. Accidents happen all the time, especially to clumsy omegas who don't watch where they're going. A fall down the stairs. A tragic encounter with a rogue wolf in the forest. Food poisoning from a bad meal. Darius won't let you. Darius is too conflicted to think clearly right now. That's what mate bonds do. They make strong wolves weak, cloud judgment with sentiment and biological imperative. His cold gaze fixed on me again. But I don't have a mate bond clouding my thinking. I see you for exactly what you are. A threat to the established order, a remnant of a bloodline that should have stayed extinct, and an obstacle to an alliance I've been cultivating for years. So what? You're going to have me assassinated before the trial? I'm going to give you one chance to do the smart thing. He pulled a small vial from his jacket pocket. The liquid inside was silver blue and seemed to glow faintly in the dim corridor light. Wolfsbane extract. Concentrated enough to put a wolf into a 3-day coma. Drink this, miss the trial deadline, and the challenge becomes forfeit. You'll be expelled from the pack with enough money to start over somewhere far away, and everyone moves on with their lives. And if I refuse? Then accidents start happening. Maybe to you. Maybe to that healer who's been training you. His smile widened at my shocked expression. Oh yes, I know about Lenara Ashwood's involvement. I know she's been teaching you Thornblood techniques, helping you prepare for a trial you have no business surviving. She'll be dealt with as an accomplice to bloodline resurrection, a crime punishable by death under Alpha Council law. The threat to Lenara hit harder than any threat to myself. You're bluffing. The Council wouldn't. The Council would absolutely execute a wolf who aided a Thornblood in developing forbidden abilities. In fact, I'm quite certain Theron Blackwater would be happy to carry out the sentence personally. Kalen placed the vial on a nearby windowsill. You have until sunset to decide. Drink the wolfsbane and disappear, or watch everyone who's helped you suffer the consequences of your pride. He turned to leave, his guards falling into step behind him. One more thing, he called back without turning around. My daughter Ariva? She's humiliated. Furious. And she has resources you can't imagine. Even if you somehow survive the Alpha Council's attention and Darius's claws in the challenge ring, you'll spend the rest of your very short life looking over your shoulder for her revenge. Then he was gone, leaving me alone in the corridor with a vial of poison and an impossible choice. Save myself by running, or stay and put everyone I cared about in danger. I found Lenara in her healing quarters, methodically organizing supplies with the focused calm of someone trying not to think about catastrophe. You heard, I said, closing the door behind me. Half the pack heard. Kalen's guards aren't exactly subtle. She continued organizing bottles, not looking at me.
He threatened you.
Threatened me. Probably threatened anyone else he thinks is involved in your preparation. He gave me wolfsbane. Said I should miss the trial deadline and disappear. And you're considering it. Of course I'm considering it. The words burst out of me, raw with frustration and fear. Lenara, he'll have you killed. The Alpha Council will execute you for helping a Thornblood. How can I let that happen? She finally turned to face me, and her expression was surprisingly calm. Azria, do you know why I agreed to help you in the first place? Why did I risk everything to train a forbidden bloodline? Because you knew my mother. Because I'm tired of living in fear.
Her voice was steady, certain.
Your mother was my best friend. When she died, when she accepted Omega status and suppressed her abilities just to survive, something in me broke. I watched the shifter world become smaller, meaner, more controlled with every passing year. Watched the Alpha Council eliminate anyone who threatened their narrow definition of acceptable power. She moved closer, taking my hands in hers. I don't want to live in that world anymore, Azria. I don't want to watch another generation of wolves with extraordinary abilities hide or die because the Council fears change. So, yes, I knew the risks when I started training you. And yes, I'd make the same choice again, even knowing Kalen's threats. But if you drink that wolfsbane and disappear, nothing changes. The Council wins. Kalen wins. Every Alpha who thinks Omegas are disposable wins. Her grip tightened. But if you fight, if you walk into that challenge ring and prove that a Thornblood can stand against an Alpha and survive, then maybe, just maybe, other wolves with forbidden bloodlines will find the courage to stop hiding. Or I'll die, and you'll be executed, and nothing will change except we'll both be gone. That's a possibility, she admitted. But at least we'll have tried. At least we'll have stood up and said that the old ways, the cruel ways, aren't acceptable anymore. I pulled away, pacing her small healing quarters with restless energy. This is insane. We're talking about gambling our lives on a political statement. We're talking about refusing to let fear control us anymore. Lenara's voice was gentle but firm. Your mother spent her whole life afraid, Azria. Afraid of the Council, afraid of discovery, afraid of what would happen if anyone found out what you were. And I loved her, but that fear killed her spirit long before those assassins killed her body. She kept me alive. She did. And I honor that sacrifice. But you're not a child anymore, and hiding isn't keeping you safe. The moment you felt that mate bond with Darius, the moment you invoked the blood trial, your days of invisibility ended. Kalen found out what you are. Theron Blackwater is watching you. The entire pack knows something strange is happening. She crossed to the window, staring out at the territory beyond. You can run now and live maybe a few more months before the Council tracks you down. Or you can fight and at least die if you die, making a difference. Her words settled over me like a weight. She was right. Running wouldn't save me. Wouldn't save her. Wouldn't change anything except delaying the inevitable. But fighting gave me a chance, however small, to actually alter the trajectory of my life and maybe the lives of other wolves like me. I need to talk to Darius, I said suddenly. I need to understand why he really called off the engagement. If Kalen's right, and I somehow manipulated him without meaning to, then what? You'll withdraw the challenge and prove Kalen's point that Thornbloods are dangerous manipulators. Lenara shook her head. Azria, even if you did influence Darius unconsciously, and I don't think you did, he's an Alpha. He has the mental shields and emotional control to resist manipulation if he truly wanted to. Whatever choice he made it himself. I still need to hear it from him. Then go. But be back at the training grounds by midnight. Riven will be waiting, and we've only got 2 nights left to prepare you. Her expression softened. And Azria, whatever Darius says, whatever his reasons are, don't let them shake your resolve. The blood trial isn't about him anymore. It's about you proving to yourself that you're worth fighting for. I found Darius in his private study, staring at a glass of amber liquid he hadn't touched. His emotional signature was chaos, regret, determination, fear, anger, all tangled together in a knot so complex even my Thornblood abilities couldn't fully unravel it. He looked up when I entered, and the mate bond flared between us with enough force to make me gasp. Azria, I was hoping you'd come. Why did you call off the engagement? I asked without a preamble. The truth, Darius. Not politics, not strategy. The actual truth. He was silent for a long moment, then gestured to the chair across from his desk.
Sit. Please.
This is going to take some explaining. I sat, every muscle tense, waiting. When I first felt the mate bond with you, he began slowly, my first reaction was anger. Fury at the moon goddess for pairing me with someone so inappropriate. Someone who couldn't help my political ambitions, couldn't strengthen my pack's position, couldn't be the partner an alpha needs. I know all this. Let me finish.
His voice was strained.
I rejected you because I thought I could ignore the bond, though I could overpower it with logic and strategic thinking. Marry Oriva, build my alliance, and eventually the mate bond would fade to something manageable. But it didn't. It didn't. He finally looked at me directly, and I saw the exhaustion in his eyes. It got stronger. Every time I was near you, every time I felt your emotions bleeding through the bond, it got worse. And then you invoked the blood trial, and I felt your determination, your courage, your absolute refusal to be invisible anymore. His hands clenched on the desk. You were everything I told myself you weren't. You were strong, brave, willing to face death rather than accept being dismissed. And I realized that I'd rejected you not because you weren't good enough, but because you were too good. Because accepting our bond would mean admitting I was wrong about everything I thought mattered. So you called off the engagement. So I called off the engagement, he confirmed. Because marrying Oriva while our bond still existed would be a lie. Because I couldn't stand at an altar and pledge myself to someone else while feeling you across the distance, knowing you were preparing to fight me to the death. Kaelin thinks I manipulated you. Use Thornblood abilities to influence your decision. Darius's laugh was bitter. Kaelin sees manipulation everywhere, because that's how he operates.
But no, Azria.
You didn't manipulate me. If anything, I've been manipulating myself, trying to logic my way out of a divine bond because it didn't fit my carefully constructed plans. He stood, moving to the window that overlooked the pack territory. The blood trial still stands, he said quietly. I can't withdraw it without looking weak, and political reality means I can't afford to appear weak right now. Kaelin is already questioning my leadership, and if I back down from a challenge issued by an Omega, you lose credibility with every alpha in the region. Exactly. He turned back to me, his expression tortured. So in 3 days, I have to fight you. I have to try to win, even though every instinct I have screams at me to protect you instead of harm you. And if I lose, you lose your territory, your standing, everything you've built. And if you lose, you die. And I have to live with killing my own mate. His voice broke slightly. There's no good outcome here, Azria. Someone gets destroyed, no matter what happens in that challenge ring. I stood, moving closer to him, feeling the mate bond pulling us together like magnets. Then we fight with everything we have, I said softly. No holding back, no pulling punches, no mercy. We honor the challenge by giving it our full strength, and we let the moon goddess decide the outcome. You say that you have a chance of winning. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I held his gaze steadily. But I'm going to fight anyway, because that's what wolves do when they're cornered. We fight. We survive. We prove we're worth more than anyone thought. Darius reached out slowly, giving me time to pull away, and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. The touch sent electricity through the mate bond, and I felt his desire, his regret, his desperate wish that things could have been different. I wish I'd been brave enough to accept the bond from the beginning, he whispered. I wish I'd chosen you over politics before it came to this. But you didn't. And now we live with the consequences. And if you win, if you somehow survive the challenge. I thought about Kaelin's threats, about Theron Blackwater watching from the shadows, about the Alpha Council that wanted all Thornbloods dead. Then I claim my victory and figure out how to survive everything that comes after. I stepped back, breaking the physical contact even though the mate bond screamed in protest. 2 days, Darius. That's all we have left before this ends one way or another. I know. He looked at me with something that might have been love if we'd been given the chance to develop it. For what it's worth, I hope you survive. Even if it means I lose everything, I hope you walk out of that challenge ring alive. That's not how this works. I know, but I hope it will anyway. I left before the mate bond could pull me back, before I could do something foolish like forgive him for rejecting me in the first place. Because forgiveness wouldn't save either of us. Only strength would. And I had 2 nights left to become strong enough to survive. That night's training was brutal. Riven pushed me harder than ever, forcing me to use my Thornblood abilities while fighting in wolf form. Learning to sense emotional vulnerabilities mid-combat, to apply psychological pressure while dodging physical attacks, to weaponize empathy without losing focus on the actual fight. "You're getting better," he said after I managed to throw off his attack by flooding him with manufactured anxiety. "But you're still hesitating at critical moments. Hesitation will get you killed." I don't want to become like Azria. Azria went mad because she created emotions from nothing and tried to maintain false bonds in dozens of wolves simultaneously. "You're just amplifying what already exists and only in one target at a time." He circled me like a predator. There's a difference between using your abilities strategically and letting them consume you. Learn it. We trained until dawn, with Linara providing healing and support when my empathic abilities overextended and gave me nosebleeds or splitting headaches. By the time the sun rose, I was a better fighter than I'd been the night before. But was I good enough to defeat an alpha with years of combat training? I still didn't know. What I did know was that tomorrow night would be my last training session before the blood trial. One more night to master abilities that should take years to learn. One more night to prepare for a fight that would determine not just my fate, but the fate of every forbidden bloodline still hiding in the shadows. One more night before everything changed forever. The final training would push me to my absolute limits and reveal a truth about my abilities that even Linara hadn't anticipated. But first, I had to survive one more day of Kaelin's schemes, Oriva's fury, and Darius's conflicted emotions bleeding through our mate bond. The clock was ticking down, and the entire shifter world was watching to see if an Omega could do the impossible, or die trying. Chapter 6: The Breaking Point. The day before the blood trial dawned gray and heavy, with approaching storm clouds. I spent the morning in my room, trying to conserve energy for tonight's final training session. But rest proved impossible when my empathic abilities were wide open and the entire pack house buzzed with anticipation for tomorrow's challenge. I could feel them all. Hundreds of wolves placing bets on how long I'd last, speculating about whether Darius would show mercy, discussing what my death would look like. 10 seconds, most predicted. Maybe 15 if Darius dragged it out for show. No one gave me a chance of surviving. Except maybe Riven, who I suspected didn't actually care whether I lived or died, as long as I caused enough chaos to shake up the Alpha Council's control. Around noon, someone knocked softly on my door. I opened it expecting Linara, with more healing supplies or words of encouragement. Instead, I found Oriva Nightshade. She stood in the corridor like she owned it, dressed in clothes that cost more than most Omegas earned in a year. Her blonde hair was perfectly styled, her makeup flawless, her green eyes cold as winter frost. And her emotional signature was pure, concentrated hatred. "May I come in?" she asked, her voice dripping with false politeness. "I thought we should talk before tomorrow's festivities." Every instinct screamed danger, but curiosity won out.
Fine.
"But make it quick." She swept into my tiny room, examining it with barely concealed disgust. "So this is where the great Thornblood lives. How rustic." "You didn't come here to critique my accommodations."
No.
"I came to give you the same advice my father gave you, but with a more personal touch." She turned to face me fully, and the hatred in her eyes was sharp enough to cut. "Withdraw from the challenge. Disappear. Because if you somehow, impossibly, survive tomorrow, I will dedicate the rest of my life to destroying you. Your father already tried threatening me." "My father threatened you politically. I'm threatening you personally." She moved closer, her alpha bloodline giving her enough presence to make my Omega Wolf want to submit. "Do you have any idea what you've cost me? I was supposed to be Luna of the Silvercrest pack. I was supposed to have power, influence, and a mate who could help me build an empire. Darius was never really yours. He was mine before you manipulated him with your filthy Thornblood abilities." Her composure cracked, revealing the fury beneath. A year of careful courtship, of positioning myself perfectly, of making myself indispensable to his political ambitions. all destroyed because some Omega cleaning girl decided to invoke ancient laws that should have died with your bloodline. The mate bond is real. I didn't create it. I don't care if it's real. She was close enough now that I could smell her expensive perfume. Real or manufactured. It ruined my plans. And I don't forgive wolves who ruin my plans. Her hand shot out faster than I expected, grabbing my throat and slamming me against the wall. For someone who looked delicate, she had the strength of her alpha heritage. Here's what's going to happen, she hissed, her face inches from mine. Tomorrow, Darius will kill you in the challenge ring. You'll die knowing you never had a chance, that this pathetic rebellion was always doomed to fail. And I'll be there watching, cheering for every wound he inflicts. I couldn't breathe, couldn't speak, my empathic abilities flooded with her rage and satisfaction. But if you somehow survive, and you won't, I'll make sure you wish you died. Her grip tightened. I have connections in every major pack in the territories. I'll spread word that you're a dangerous Thornblood who manipulates bonds and corrupts alphas. I'll make sure no pack will take you in, no wolf will trust you, no territory will offer you sanctuary. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. You'll spend whatever short life you have left running from assassins and living in fear, knowing that I'm the one who destroyed any chance you had at happiness. She smiled, showing teeth. So, do everyone a favor, and just die tomorrow. Die knowing your place, Omega. Die knowing that wolves like you were never meant to rise above their station. She released me suddenly, and I collapsed to the floor gasping for air. See you tomorrow, she said cheerfully, smoothing her perfect hair. I'll be the one in the front row, counting down the seconds until you bleed out. She left, closing the door softly behind her like she'd just had a pleasant chat instead of a murderous assault. I stayed on the floor for several minutes, my throat aching, my pride in tatters, rage building in my chest like a living thing. She'd put her hands on me, threatened me, tried to choke me into submission, and my Omega instincts had almost let her. But my Thornblood abilities had recorded every emotion, every vulnerability, every fear hidden beneath her perfect facade. Oriva Nightshade was terrified. Beneath the rage and hatred, she was absolutely terrified that I might actually win tomorrow. Terrified that her carefully constructed life was crumbling around her. Terrified that a mere Omega was proving stronger than she'd ever be. Good, my wolf snarled. Let her be afraid. Let them all be afraid. Tomorrow, we'd show them exactly what an Omega could do when she stopped apologizing for existing. I made it to the training grounds that night with bruises blooming on my throat and fire in my blood. Lenara took one look at me, and fury flashed across her usually calm features. Who did this? Oriva. She wanted to give me a personal warning about withdrawing. That entitled little. Lenara bit off what she was going to say, her healer's hands already glowing with soft light as she examined the bruising. This could have crushed your windpipe. Another few seconds, and she might have killed you. But she didn't. I pulled away from her healing touch, restless energy, making it impossible to stay still. She wanted to scare me, make me feel weak and helpless, remind me of my place. And did it work? Riven asked from the shadows. He stepped into the torchlight, his expression unreadable as always. What do you think? His smile was sharp with approval. I think you're finally angry enough to win. Anger isn't a strategy. Anger is the best strategy you've got right now. He moved closer, studying me with those storm blue eyes that seemed to see everything. You've been holding back in training, Azria. Afraid of going too far, of becoming too much like Zariah, of crossing some invisible line that would make you the monster everyone expects. That's called having a conscience. That's called being afraid of your own power. His voice was hard. But Oriva just showed you what the other side thinks of conscience. What they think of mercy and restraint and playing by rules they never follow themselves. She put her hands on you, threatened you, tried to break you. And tomorrow, Darius is going to try to kill you. Not because he wants to, but because that's what alphas do when their authority is challenged. He circled me slowly, his presence somehow both comforting and threatening. So, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you willing to do whatever it takes to survive? Are you willing to use every weapon in your arsenal, even the ones that scare you? Are you willing to become something dangerous enough that wolves like Oriva think twice before putting their hands on you ever again? I touched my throat, feeling the tender bruises beneath my fingers. Thought about 23 years of being invisible, forgettable, beneath notice. Thought about my mother, dying to protect me from a council that saw our entire bloodline as disposable. Thought about Darius, rejecting me because acknowledging our bond would complicate his perfect plans. Thought about tomorrow, when I would either prove I was worth something or die trying. Yes, I said, the word coming from somewhere deep and primal. I'm willing. Then show me. Riven shifted into his wolf form, a massive creature of shadow and smoke that seemed to exist half in this world and half in someplace darker. No holding back. No restraint. Hit me with everything you've got. What followed was unlike any training session we'd had before. Riven attacked with the speed and ferocity of someone truly trying to kill me, and for the first time, I fought back with my full Thornblood abilities unleashed. I sensed his emotional landscape, the old pain, the rage at the council, the desperate drive for revenge that fueled everything he did. And I pushed against those wounds, making them fresh and immediate, turning background anguish into foreground agony. He faltered mid-attack, just for a second. It was enough. I used that second to strike physically, my smaller wolf form finding gaps in his defense, teeth finding purchase where they shouldn't have been able to reach. Good, he snarled, blood staining his dark fur. Again. We fought for hours, and with each round, I grew more comfortable with using my abilities as weapons. More willing to push against emotional vulnerabilities without hesitation. More capable of reading an opponent's intentions through their feelings and countering before they even completed an attack. It was brutal. It was efficient. It was exactly the kind of fighting that had made Thornblood's legendary warriors before the Purge. You're ready, Riven finally said as dawn approached, and we both collapsed in exhaustion. Not perfect, not invincible, but ready. Tomorrow night, Darius won't know what hit him. Will it be enough? I asked, the question that had haunted me for days finally voiced aloud. Against an alpha with years of combat training and superior physical strength? Honestly, I don't know. His blunt admission was somehow comforting. But I do know you're stronger than you were a week ago. Stronger than anyone expected you could be. And sometimes being underestimated is its own kind of advantage. Lenara approached, her healer's supplies ready for the inevitable injuries from tomorrow's challenge. There's one more thing we need to discuss, she said quietly. About what happens if you win. If I win, I claim recognition of the mate bond. And then what? She sat beside me, her expression grave. Darius will still be Alpha. His pack will still resent you for disrupting their political plans. Oriva will still want you dead. The Alpha Council will still see you as a threat to be eliminated. Are you suggesting I should lose on purpose? I'm suggesting you need a plan for survival that extends beyond tomorrow night. She pulled out a worn map, spreading it on the ground between us. If you win, you'll need to claim sanctuary somewhere the Alpha Council's influence is weaker. There are remote territories here in the northwestern mountains where packs operate independently of council authority. Riven can help you reach them. I'm not running away. You're not running. You're surviving long enough to build actual power instead of just proving a point.
Her voice was firm.
Winning tomorrow proves you're strong. Staying alive afterward proves you're smart. Riven nodded agreement. She's right. The challenge itself is only the beginning. The real fight starts when the council decides whether you're an asset or a threat that needs eliminating. And Theron Blackwater? We'll probably try to recruit you if you prove valuable enough. Shadow Walkers and Thornbloods working together would be a force the council couldn't easily dismiss. Riven's expression was calculating. That's the play, Azria. Win the trial, survive the immediate aftermath, build a network of forbidden bloodlines strong enough that the council has to negotiate instead of exterminate. You're talking about revolution. I'm talking about survival. Everything else is just strategy. He stood, preparing to leave. Rest today. Conserve your energy. Tomorrow night, you show them what a Thornblood can really do. And then we figure out how to keep you alive long enough to matter." He disappeared into the pre-dawn shadows, leaving me alone with Lenara and the weight of what was coming. "I'm scared," I admitted quietly. "Good. Fear keeps you sharp." She squeezed my hand gently. "But don't let it paralyze you. Tomorrow, when you walk into that challenge ring, remember, you're not just fighting for yourself. You're fighting for every Omega who's been told they're worthless. Every forbidden bloodline is still hiding in fear. Every wolf who's been rejected or dismissed or cast aside by a system that measures worth in bloodlines and political connections. That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of purpose." She helped me to my feet. "Now go.
Rest.
Eat something even if you're not hungry. And tonight, when the moon rises and the challenge begins, show them that being underestimated was the biggest mistake they ever made." I spent the day in my room, trying to rest but mostly staring at the ceiling and feeling the hours tick away. The pack house buzzed with activity as preparations were made for tonight's spectacle. The challenge ring was being reinforced, seating arranged for the hundreds of spectators who had come to watch, betting pools organized for those who wanted to profit from my likely death. Through my empathic abilities, I felt the pack's collective excitement. They were treating this like entertainment, like my death would be a show put on for their amusement. The realization should have hurt. Instead, it fueled the fire that had been building in my chest since the moment Darius rejected me. Around sunset, Lenara brought me a final meal and healing supplies. "Eat," she commanded. "You'll need strength." I forced down food I couldn't taste, my mind already in the challenge ring, already running through scenarios and strategies, and the 1,000 ways this could go wrong. "Azria," Lenara said softly. "Look at me." I met her eyes. "Whatever happens tonight, know that your mother would be proud. You've become everything she hoped you could be. Strong, brave, unwilling to accept a world that tells you to stay small." She pressed something into my hand. This was hers. She wanted you to have it when you were ready to embrace what you are. I looked down at a small pendant, a silver wolf howling at a crescent moon, ancient and beautiful and humming with residual magic. Thornblood families used to pass these down through generations, Lenara explained. "It won't make you stronger or protect you from harm, but it will remind you who you are and where you come from. You're not just Azria the Omega. You're Azria Thornblood, daughter of Silwyn, granddaughter of Elsinore, heir to a legacy that terrified the powerful so much they tried to eliminate it entirely." I clasped the pendant around my neck, feeling the cool metal settle against my skin. "Thank you," I whispered. "Don't thank me. Just survive." She stood, gathering her supplies. "The challenge begins at moonrise. I'll be there with the healers, ready for whatever happens. And Azria?" "Yes. Make them remember you. Win or lose. Make absolutely certain that no one forgets the night an Omega challenged an Alpha and fought like her life meant something." She left, and I was alone with my thoughts and my fears and the pendant that carried the weight of my bloodline's history. Outside, the sun was setting. In 3 hours, the moon would rise. And in 3 hours, I would either prove I was worth more than anyone thought, or I would die trying. Either way, the world was about to learn that Thornbloods weren't extinct. We were just waiting for the right moment to remind everyone why we were feared in the first place. The challenge ring awaited, and with it, the fight that would determine not just my fate, but the future of every forbidden bloodline still hiding in the shadows. The moon was rising, and the reckoning was about to begin. Chapter 7. The Blood Trial. The challenge ring was ancient. Built from stones that predated the current pack structure by centuries, it sat in a natural amphitheater carved into the hillside overlooking Silvercrest territory. Torches ringed the circular combat space, their flames casting dancing shadows that made the gathered crowd look like something out of a nightmare. Hundreds of wolves had assembled to watch, not just from Silvercrest, but from neighboring packs who'd heard about the unprecedented challenge. I could feel their emotional signatures pressing against my shields like a physical weight. Excitement. Bloodlust. Morbid curiosity.
Contempt.
No one believed I would survive. I stood at the challenger's entrance, wearing simple clothes that would tear away easily when I shifted. My hair was braided back from my face, and my mother's pendant rested cool against my skin, a reminder of who I was and what I was fighting for. Lenara stood beside me, her healer's bag ready, her expression carefully neutral despite the worry bleeding through her emotional shields. "Last chance to withdraw," she said quietly. "No one would blame you." Yes, they would. They'd blame me for wasting their time. I watched the crowd settling into their seats and saw Ariva in the front row with a smile of anticipation on her perfect face. Besides, I didn't come this far just to run at the final moment. Then remember everything we taught you. Use your abilities, trust your instincts, and don't hesitate when it matters most. She squeezed my arm gently. And Azria, your mother would be so proud of you right now. Before I could respond, a horn sounded, the traditional call to begin the blood trial. The crowd fell silent. King Aldrich himself had come to witness the challenge, seated in a place of honor beside other visiting alphas. I spotted Theron Blackwater standing in the shadows behind the royal party, his amber eyes fixed on me with predatory interest. And there, emerging from the alpha's entrance on the opposite side of the ring, was Darius. The mate bond flared to life the moment our eyes met, sending shockwaves of recognition and longing through my chest. He wore traditional challenge attire, simple dark pants, no shirt, his muscular form on full display for the assembled crowd. He looked like every fantasy of an alpha warrior came to life. And I was supposed to defeat him. King Aldrich stood, his ancient voice carrying across the amphitheater with supernatural clarity. "We gather tonight to witness a blood trial, invoked under the old laws by Azria Thorne against Alpha Darius Silvercrest. The challenge stems from a rejected mate bond. She claims unjust rejection. He maintains his right to choose. Tonight, combat will determine the truth." He paused, letting the weight of tradition settle over the assembled wolves. "The rules are ancient and absolute. Shifted combat only, no weapons, no outside interference. Victory comes through submission, unconsciousness, or death. The victor's claim will be honored by all witnesses, binding under Moon Goddess law." His eyes found me across the distance. "Challenger, do you understand these terms and accept them freely?" "I do." My voice carried clearly despite my racing heart. "Challenged, do you understand these terms and accept them freely?" "I do," Darius replied, his tone carefully neutral. "Then let the blood trial commence." King Aldrich sat, and the silence that followed was absolute. Shift and fight. The transformation happened in heartbeats. My wolf form emerged smaller, sleeker, built for speed rather than power. Gray fur that marked me as common, unremarkable, beneath the notice of true alphas. Across the ring, Darius shifted into a massive black wolf, easily twice my size. His alpha bloodline gave him natural advantages I could never match physically: strength, speed, endurance, all magnified by generations of selective breeding. The crowd murmured appreciatively at the size difference. This was going to be a slaughter. They just didn't know I had weapons they couldn't see. We circled each other slowly, and I opened my empathic abilities fully. Darius's emotional landscape spread before me like a map. The conflict between duty and desire, the guilt over rejecting me, the desperate hope that I would submit quickly so he wouldn't have to truly hurt me. Beneath it all, fear. He was afraid of what killing me would do to him, afraid of the mate bond's reaction, afraid that victory tonight would hollow him out in ways he couldn't recover from. Good. Fear was something I could work with. Darius lunged first, a testing strike meant to gauge my speed and reactions. I dodged easily, my smaller form slipping past his attack. He came again, faster this time, and I felt his surprise when I not only dodged but countered, my teeth finding purchase on his shoulder before I danced away. The wound was superficial, but the crowd's murmur shifted from boredom to interest. Maybe this wouldn't be as quick as they'd thought. We engaged again and again, each exchange revealing more about his fighting style. He was well-trained, efficient, trying to end this quickly with overwhelming force. But his guilt made him hesitate at crucial moments, pulling his attacks just slightly, giving me openings he wouldn't have given a true enemy. After the fifth exchange, I heard Riven's voice in my memory. Use everything they think makes you weak. Time to stop holding back. I reached out with my Thornblood abilities and touched the mate bond between us. It pulsed with complex emotions, desire, regret, reluctant admiration, and that pervasive fear of what this fight would cost him. I applied pressure to the fear, amplified it, made him remember every nightmare about losing control, every anxiety about becoming a monster, every doubt about whether he deserved his alpha position. Darius's next attack faltered mid-strike. Just for a second. Just long enough for me to slip inside his guard and rake my claws across his ribs, a wound that drew blood and made the crowd gasp. He backed away, confusion radiating from him. He couldn't understand why his focus kept slipping, why doubt crept in at the worst moments, why the fight felt wrong in ways he couldn't articulate.
Because I was in his head now.
Not controlling him. That would have been too obvious. Just turning up the volume on fears and doubts that already existed, making his own mind his greatest enemy. What are you doing? He snarled through the pack bond, his mental voice strained. Surviving, I replied simply. We clashed again, and this time I was ready for his superior strength. When he tried to overpower me, I used his own momentum against him, my empathic senses reading his intentions before he completed the movements. He was faster and stronger. But I was in his head, feeling every emotion before it translated into action. The fight became a brutal dance, him attacking with increasing desperation, me dodging and countering with strikes that shouldn't have landed, but did because I knew exactly where he'd be before he got there. Blood stained both our coats now. The crowd was on their feet, shouting encouragement or outrage depending on which wolf they'd bet on. And in the front row, Oriva's smile had been replaced with something like horror as she watched an Omega hold her own against an Alpha. But I was tired. Physical conditioning couldn't be learned in a week, and Darius's superior endurance was starting to show. My dodges were getting slower, my counters less precise, my empathic abilities stretched thin from constant use. He sensed the weakness and pressed his advantage, driving me back toward the ring's edge with a series of attacks I barely deflected. This was it. The moment where I either became something more or died trying. I reached deeper into my Thornblood abilities than I'd ever gone before, past the surface emotions, past the conscious thoughts, down to the primal level where wolf instincts lived. And I touched the mate bond itself. Not to manipulate it, to activate it fully. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Every suppressed feeling Darius had been fighting for days came roaring to the surface at once. The desire to protect me, the need to claim me, the deep recognition that I was his, and harming me went against everything his wolf believed. He froze mid-attack, his massive form shuddering with the force of conflicting instincts. The crowd fell silent, sensing something had shifted. I'm sorry, I said through the bond, and I meant it. But I'm not dying tonight. I struck while he was paralyzed, using every technique Riven had taught me. Not for killing blows, I couldn't bring myself to truly harm him, but for submission strikes. Pressure points that would cause pain without permanent damage, positions that forced him down without breaking him. Darius fought back, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. The mate bond was too strong, the recognition too complete. His alpha pride demanded he win, but his wolf refused to seriously harm its mate. The internal conflict cost him everything. I got him on the ground, my jaws closing around his throat, not hard enough to kill, but positioned for the traditional submission hold. He could throw me off if he truly wanted to, could flip me, and reverse our positions with his superior strength. But to do so, he'd have to hurt me seriously. And the mate bond I'd activated was screaming at him to protect, not harm. The crowd held its breath. Darius struggled once, twice, testing my hold. Then went still. Do it, he said through the bond, his mental voice thick with exhaustion and resignation. You've won. I submit. Say it aloud, I replied. So everyone can hear. He hesitated for one long moment. Then, I submit. The words echoed across the silent amphitheater. For several heartbeats, no one moved. An Omega had just defeated an Alpha in a blood trial. Impossible had just become reality. Then King Aldrich stood, and his voice carried the weight of centuries. The challenge is decided. Azria Thorne is victorious by submission. Under the old laws, her claim is validated. Alpha Darius Silvercrest's rejection is ruled unjust, and the mate bond must be honored. The crowd erupted into chaos, some cheering, others shouting protests, all of them trying to process what they'd just witnessed. I released Darius and shifted back to human form, suddenly aware of how much everything hurt. Blood ran from dozens of wounds. My muscles screamed with exhaustion, and my empathic abilities felt raw and burned out from overuse. But I was alive. I'd won. Darius shifted back as well, his expression unreadable as he stared at me. "How?" he asked quietly, so only I could hear. "How did you?" "I'm a Thornblood," I said simply. "We fight with more than just claws and teeth." Understanding dawned in his eyes, followed by something that might have been respect. "You manipulated the mate bond, made me unable to fight seriously." I amplified what was already there. The bond, the conflict, the guilt. I swayed slightly, exhaustion catching up with me. "You could have overpowered me if you'd truly wanted to. If you'd been willing to kill me to win. But you weren't, Darius. The mate bond wouldn't let you. So, I lost because I couldn't bring myself to harm you? You lost because the moon goddess knew what she was doing when she paired us." I touched his face gently, feeling the mate bond settling into something more stable now that it had been acknowledged. And because sometimes the strongest thing an alpha can do is submit to what's right instead of what's easy. Before he could respond, Lenara was there with her healers, checking my wounds, applying salves and bandages with practiced efficiency. "You're going to need serious healing," she murmured. "Some of these wounds. Later." I pulled away from her ministrations, forcing myself to stand straight despite the pain. Right now, I need to look strong. I need to show them I can handle victory. Because this wasn't over. The challenge might be won, but I could feel the shock and anger radiating from the assembled alphas. Feel Ariva's murderous rage. Feel Theron Blackwater's calculating interest. King Aldrich approached, his ancient eyes studying me with new appreciation. Impressive, young Thornblood. Very impressive indeed. He said it loud enough for everyone to hear, and the crowd's murmuring intensified. "You've proven your bloodline's reputation for strategic combat was well-earned." "Your Majesty." Alpha Kalen started forward, his face twisted with fury. "The challenge was fair and witnessed." King Aldrich interrupted firmly. "The old laws have been honored. Whatever you may think of the outcome, it is binding." She used forbidden abilities. Manipulated the mate bond itself. That's strategic use of natural talents, the ancient king corrected. Thornbloods have always been able to sense and influence emotional bonds. It's part of what made them such formidable warriors. She broke no rules, Alpha Kalen. She simply fought smarter than anyone expected an Omega could. He turned back to me, and I saw the warning in his eyes. "Of course, winning the trial is only the beginning. You've made quite a few enemies tonight, Miss Thorne. I hope you're prepared for what comes next." "I am, Your Majesty. We shall see." He gestured to his guards. "Clear the ring. The blood trial is concluded." As the crowd began to disperse, still arguing, still processing what they'd witnessed, I felt someone's eyes on me. Theron Blackwater stood at the edge of the torchlight, his amber gaze locked onto mine. He smiled slowly, showing too many teeth, and then melted back into the shadows. The Alpha Council's enforcer had seen everything, and I had no idea if that made me incredibly valuable or incredibly dead. "We need to go," Riven's voice came from behind me. I hadn't even noticed him approaching.
"Now."
Before Ariva or Kalen decide to solve their problem with assassins instead of challenges. "I need to talk to Darius." "You need to survive long enough to claim your victory," he interrupted. "Talking can wait. Breathing can't."
He was right.
I could feel the hostility radiating from certain sections of the crowd, wolves who'd lost money betting against me, Alphas who saw my victory as a threat to the established order, or Riva's circle plotting revenge. But as I turned to follow Riven to safety, Darius caught my arm. Wait. I looked back at him, this Alpha who'd rejected me, who I just defeated, who was now bound to me by Moon Goddess law whether he wanted to be or not. I meant what I said before, he said quietly, his thumb brushing over my pulse point. I hope you survive what comes next. Not just tonight, but everything after. Because you just proved something dangerous, Azria. You proved that Omegas can fight back and win. That the hierarchy isn't as fixed as everyone believed. That forbidden bloodlines might not be as extinct as the council claimed. And that scares you? That scares everyone in power. Which makes you either incredibly brave or incredibly foolish. His hand dropped away.
Go.
Get somewhere safe. And when the dust settles, we'll figure out what this mate bond actually means for both of us. I wanted to stay, wanted to talk, wanted to understand what had just happened between us. But survival came first. Understanding could wait. I let Riven lead me away from the challenge ring, Lennar following close behind with her healing supplies. We moved quickly through the forest paths, putting distance between ourselves and the assembled pack before anyone decided that a tragic accident might solve their problem with an upstart Thornblood. Behind us, I heard Oriva's voice rise above the crowd noise, shrill with fury. And I knew that winning the blood trial had been the easy part. Surviving the aftermath was going to be exponentially harder. We reached the old training grounds just as the moon reached its zenith. And that's when everything changed again. Because waiting for us in the ancient stone circle was someone I'd never expected to see. Someone who would either save me or destroy everything I'd just won. Chapter 8. The Enforcer's Offer. Theron Blackwater stood in the center of the training grounds like he owned them. The moonlight seemed to bend around him, casting shadows that moved wrong. Too fluid, too aware. His amber eyes tracked our approach with the patience of a predator that knew its prey had nowhere left to run. Riven froze at the edge of the clearing, his hand shooting out to stop me from going further. Shadow Walker, Theron said conversationally, as if we'd just met at a social gathering instead of a clandestine training ground. I wondered if you were involved in the little Thornblood's preparation. Your kind always did have a taste for chaos. Enforcer, Riven replied, his voice carefully neutral. This is unexpected. Is it? Theron's smile was sharp. An Omega defeats an Alpha using forbidden bloodline abilities in front of hundreds of witnesses, and you think the Alpha Council's chief enforcer wouldn't take interest? He moved closer, and I felt his power pressing against my empathic shields like ice water. Unlike other wolves whose emotions I could read, Theron was a fortress, completely locked down, revealing nothing. Impressive performance tonight, Miss Thorne, he continued, his attention shifting to me fully. Strategic, controlled, and just brutal enough to be convincing. You've learned well in such a short time. Are you here to kill me? I asked bluntly, too exhausted for games. Kill you? Why would I kill one of the most interesting things to happen in the shifter world in decades? His laugh was dark and rich. No, Miss Thorne. I'm here to make you an offer. What kind of offer? Lenara asked, her healer's instincts making her step protectively closer to me. The kind that keeps her alive instead of becoming another name on the council's elimination list. Theron pulled a silver cigarette case from his jacket, lighting one with a snap of his fingers that produced actual flame, a trick that shouldn't have been possible without tools. You see, the Alpha Council has a problem. We've spent 200 years eliminating dangerous bloodlines, and in doing so, we've made the entire shifter population weaker, more homogeneous, less adaptable. You're admitting the purges were a mistake? Riven's voice was sharp with barely controlled anger. I'm admitting they accomplished their goal, removing immediate threats to established power, while creating a long-term problem we're only now beginning to recognize. Theron exhaled smoke that seemed to have shapes moving within it. The human world is changing rapidly. Technology, weapons, organization, they're becoming more dangerous to supernatural beings with each passing decade. And are weakened. Standardized packs aren't equipped to handle that evolution. He turned his attention back to me. Which is where you come in, Miss Thorne. You, and other surviving members of forbidden bloodlines represent genetic diversity we desperately need. Abilities that could make the difference between survival and extinction when humans inevitably discover our existence. So the Council wants to use us, I said, understanding Dawn. After spending 2 centuries trying to kill us, now you want to exploit the bloodlines that survived your purge. I prefer strategic recruitment, but yes, essentially. Theron's smile widened. The Council is prepared to offer you full legal protection, territory of your own, resources to help locate and train other Thornbloods who've been hiding. In exchange, you provide your services when needed, bond manipulation for diplomatic purposes, emotional intelligence gathering, strategic consulting on pack dynamics. You want to turn her into a weapon, Lenara said flatly. I want to give her a purpose beyond simply surviving. Theron flicked ash from his cigarette. Right now, Miss Thorne is a curiosity. A novelty that won a blood trial through cleverness and luck. But novelties fade, and when they do, she becomes just another target for wolves who see her as a threat to the established order. And if I accept your offer? I asked carefully. Then you become valuable. Untouchable. The Council's official position shifts from dangerous remnant to be eliminated to strategic asset to be protected. He pulled a formal-looking document from his jacket. This contract guarantees your safety, provides legal standing within the Council structure, and offers resources you'd never access as a rogue Omega with a forbidden bloodline. In exchange for my freedom. In exchange for your cooperation. There's a difference. Theron held out the document. You be free to live where you choose, associate with whom you please, even continue your relationship with Alpha Silvercrest now that the mate bond has been legally recognized. You'd just be available when the Council needs your particular skills. I stared at the contract, feeling the weight of the choice pressing down on me. Accept, and I'd have the Council's protection. Resources to find other Thornbloods. Legal standing instead of constantly looking over my shoulder for assassins. But I'd also be owned, in a sense. A tool to be used when convenient, regardless of my own wishes or morals. Before you decide, Riven said quietly, his voice tight with emotion I couldn't read, you should know what happened to the last forbidden bloodline member who accepted a Council offer. Theron's expression darkened slightly. Ancient history. Azria, Riven interrupted. The Thornblood everyone uses as an example of why your kind can't be trusted. She didn't go rogue on her own. She accepted a Council recruitment offer 20 years ago. Agreed to use her abilities for diplomatic purposes. And then she discovered the Council was using her to manipulate bonds for political assassinations, breaking apart fated pairs to destabilize enemy packs. My blood ran cold. When she tried to refuse, Riven continued, his voice hard, they tortured her. I experimented on her. Tried to replicate her abilities artificially. By the time she escaped, she was so broken that using her powers drove her insane. The rampage that justified the Thornblood purge? That was the Council cleaning up their own mess and using it as propaganda. Theron was silent for a long moment, his expression unreadable. What he says is true, the Enforcer finally admitted. The Council's methods 20 years ago were crude. Inhumane. We've learned from those mistakes. Have you? I asked, my voice shaking with fury. Or have you just gotten better at hiding what you do to wolves like me? I understand your skepticism. You understand nothing. The words burst out of me, raw and angry. My mother died running from your purge. I've spent 23 years hiding what I am because your Council decided my entire bloodline was too dangerous to exist. And now you want me to sign a contract that puts me directly under the authority of wolves who killed my family? Your family was killed by rogue operatives acting without official sanction. Rogue operatives you probably trained and funded. Lenara stepped forward, her usual calm shattered by protective fury. Don't stand here and pretend the Council's hands are clean, Theron. We both know better. The Enforcer sighed, and for just a moment, I saw something that might have been genuine regret cross his features. You're right. The Council's history with forbidden bloodlines is complicated, often unjust, frequently brutal. He stubbed out his cigarette. But the alternative to accepting our protection is spending the rest of your very short life running from wolves who see you as either a threat or a prize to be captured. Or even Nightshade has already put bounties on your head in 3 neighboring territories. Alpha Kalen is lobbying for an emergency council session to declare you a rogue threat that can be killed on sight. Let them try, I said, channeling more confidence than I felt. They will try, and eventually they'll succeed. Theron's voice was matter-of-fact. You're powerful, Miss Thorne, but you're not invincible. You're exhausted from tonight's challenge, injured, emotionally drained from constant use of your abilities. How long do you think you can maintain that level of vigilance? How many assassination attempts can you survive before one gets lucky? He held out the contract again. This offers you something beyond survival. It offers you the chance to actually change the system from within, to advocate for other forbidden bloodlines, to ensure that what happened to Azria, to your mother, to countless others, doesn't happen to the next generation. By becoming your puppet, by becoming a voice at the table instead of a target in the crosshairs. His amber eyes met mine steadily. I won't pretend the choice is easy or that the council's offer comes without strings. But I will tell you that refusing it means you'll spend every remaining day of your life waiting for the next attack. And that's not living, Miss Thorne. That's just slowly dying. The truth of his words hit like a physical blow. He was right. I couldn't run forever. Couldn't fight off every enemy who came for me. Couldn't protect Lenara and the others who'd helped me while also constantly defending myself. But accepting the council's offer felt like betraying everything my mother had died to protect. I need time to think, I said finally. You have until dawn. Theron checked an expensive watch. That gives you approximately 4 hours to decide whether you want to live as a council asset or die as a rogue Thornblood. Choose wisely. He turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. Your mate, Alpha Silvercrest, is currently being pressured to repudiate the blood trial results. Kalen is offering him political alliances worth millions if he publicly claims you manipulated him with forbidden abilities and demands a rematch under fair conditions. My stomach dropped. Would he? I don't know. But I do know that accepting my offer would make such pressure irrelevant. Council protection extends to recognized mates of contracted assets. Darius couldn't be forced to repudiate the bond without also challenging council authority. He disappeared into the shadows, leaving his contract on a nearby stone. The 3 of us stood in silence for several long moments. Don't do it, Riven finally said. Don't give them that power over you. We can find another way. What other way? I asked tiredly. Run to the remote territories and hope the council doesn't find us? Build a network of forbidden bloodlines while constantly looking over our shoulders? That's not living, Riven. That's exactly what Theron said, slow dying. Better slow dying free than fast living in chains. Is it? I looked at him directly. This shadow walker who'd lost his entire family to the purge. Your family chose to run rather than cooperate. How did that work out for them? He flinched like I'd slapped him. That was cruel, Lenara said softly. That was honest. I was too exhausted to soften my words. Riven wants me to fight a war I can't win because he's still fighting ghosts from his past. But I'm not interested in becoming a martyr for a cause. I'm interested in surviving long enough to possibly make an actual difference. By selling yourself to the wolves who killed your mother? Riven's voice was harsh. By using the only leverage I have to protect the people I care about. The words came out sharper than I'd intended. You think I want to work for the council? You think I'm not terrified of becoming another Azria, another cautionary tale about forbidden bloodlines who couldn't handle their own power? I picked up Theron's contract, the paper feeling heavy despite its physical weight. But I'm more terrified of Lenara being executed for helping me, of you being hunted down because you trained me, of Darius being forced to choose between his political survival and acknowledging our mate bond. The council's offer might be a prison, but at least it's a prison where the people I love are safe. Lenara moved closer, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. Azria, you don't have to decide this alone. Whatever you choose, we'll support you.
No.
I cut her off, my decision crystallizing even as I spoke. You've both done enough. Risked enough. This is my choice, my consequence, my life to negotiate away, if that's what it takes to keep you safe. I looked down at the contract, reading through the formal language that promised protection, resources, and legal standing. And servitude. But servitude with purpose was better than freedom that ended in a shallow grave. Wasn't it? I need to talk to Darius, I said finally. Before I decide anything, I need to know if he's actually considering repudiating the bond. If he is, if Kalen's pressure is working, then this whole conversation is pointless. The mate bond is my only real leverage. Without it, I'm just a rogue Omega with dangerous abilities and no pack protection. And if he plans to honor the bond? Riven asked. Then I have options. Choices beyond just work for the council or die. I folded the contract, tucking it into my pocket. But I need to know where I stand with him first. He's probably still at the pack house, Lenara said, dealing with the political fallout from the challenge. It won't be safe for you to go there. Nothing about my life is safe anymore. I started toward the edge of the training grounds. Might as well stop pretending otherwise. Azria, wait. Go home, Lenara.
Get some rest.
You've done everything you can for me. I paused, looking back at both of them. Thank you. For training me, for believing in me, for risking everything to give me a chance. Whatever I decide, whatever happens next, know that I'll never forget what you've done. This sounds like goodbye, Riven said quietly. This is goodbye to the version of me who thought she could survive by being invisible. I touched my mother's pendant, feeling its weight against my skin. Whatever comes next, whoever I become, she won't be the scared Omega who cleaned floors and kept her head down. Just promise me one thing, Riven called as I turned to leave. Don't let them break you the way they broke Azria. Don't let the council turn you into something you can't live with being. I promise to survive, I said. That's the only promise I can make right now. The pack house was chaotic when I arrived. Voices raised in argument echoed from the council chambers where Darius was apparently meeting with Kalen and several other alphas who'd witnessed the challenge. I could feel the emotional turbulence from outside, anger, fear, frustrated ambition, and beneath it all, Darius's bone-deep exhaustion. He felt like I did, wrung out, emotionally raw, pushed beyond his limits. The mate bond pulsed between us, stronger now that it had been acknowledged through the blood trial. I could sense his awareness of my presence even before I knocked on the council chamber door. The arguments inside stopped immediately. Enter, Darius's voice commanded. I pushed open the heavy door to find a room full of alphas staring at me with expressions ranging from barely concealed hostility to calculating interest. Kalen looked like he wanted to rip my throat out. Oriva, standing beside her father, radiated pure hatred. And Darius, seated at the head of the table with his beta and several pack elders, looked like a male caught between impossible choices. Miss Thorne, he said formally, though I felt his emotions spike at my appearance. This is an unexpected interruption. We need to talk. Privately. I met his eyes directly, ignoring the shock from the assembled alphas at my audacity. Unless you'd prefer to have this conversation in front of witnesses? Several tense seconds passed. Then Darius stood. Everyone out. Now. Alpha. We haven't finished, Kalen started.
Out.
The command in Darius's voice made every wolf in the room flinch with the instinct to obey their alpha. This discussion is postponed until tomorrow evening. We'll reconvene then to finalize our decision. The alphas filed out reluctantly, Kalen shooting me a look of promised violence as he passed. Oriva lingered at the doorway. Don't let her manipulate you again, she said to Darius, her voice sickly sweet. Thornbloods are experts at making you think their ideas are your own. Thank you for your concern, Darius replied neutrally. But I believe I can handle one conversation without losing my mind. She left with obvious reluctance, closing the door behind her. And suddenly, we were alone. The mate bond flared to life with enough intensity to make me gasp. Darius felt it too. I saw his hands clench, saw him fight the instinct to cross the room and claim what the moon goddess had given him. You shouldn't be here, he said quietly. It's not safe. Half the wolves in this building want you dead, and the other half want to study you like a laboratory experiment. Theron Blackwater offered me a contract. Council protection in exchange for working as their, what did he call it? Strategic asset. Darius's expression darkened. He approached you tonight? Already. Apparently, I'm interesting enough to warrant immediate recruitment. I pulled out the contract, placing it on the council table. He also said Kalen is pressuring you to repudiate the blood trial results, offering you political alliances worth millions if you publicly claim I manipulated you. He did make that offer. My heart sank. And are you considering it? Darius was silent for a long moment, and through the mate bond, I felt him wrestling with something huge and complicated. I spent the last hour listening to every reason why honoring our bond would be political suicide, he finally said. Kalen outlined precisely how much influence I'd lose, how many alliances would crumble, how much territory I'd have to concede if I officially acknowledge you as my mate. And I told him to go to hell. The relief that flooded through me was so intense my knees nearly buckled. You did. The moon goddess paired us for a reason, Azria. I was arrogant enough to reject that pairing once, and it led to you nearly dying in a challenge ring just to prove your worth. He moved closer, his eyes intense. I won't make that mistake again. Whatever political costs come from honoring the mate bond, I'll deal with them. But I won't repudiate you. Won't pretend tonight didn't happen. Won't let wolves like Kalen dictate how I respond to divine will. That's going to make your life incredibly difficult. Good thing I have a mate who just proved she can defeat alphas through strategic thinking and forbidden bloodline abilities. His smile was small but genuine. Between your Thornblood skills and my political position, we might actually be able to navigate this mess. About that, I gestured to the contract. If I accept Theron's offer, it protects both of us. Council authority supersedes individual pack politics. Kalen couldn't touch either of us without challenging the entire council structure. Darius picked up the contract, reading through it with the careful attention of someone trained in political maneuvering. This would make you council property, he said finally. Available for assignments, required to use your abilities on command, subject to oversight and evaluation. Azria, this is basically slavery dressed up in legal language. It's survival dressed up in legal language, I corrected. And it protects you too. As my acknowledged mate, you'd fall under the same protection clause. Kalen couldn't pressure you, or Eva couldn't take revenge, and we'd both have the resources to actually build something instead of constantly defending ourselves. At what cost? He set down the contract. Your freedom? Your autonomy? The choice to use your abilities when and how you see fit. What freedom do I have now? The question came out more bitter than I'd intended. I'm a Thornblood in a world that tries to exterminate my entire bloodline. An Omega who defeated an Alpha and made enemies of every wolf with political ambitions. Even with your acknowledgement of the mate bond, I'm a target. This contract, at least, makes me a protected target. Darius studied me for a long moment. Is this really what you want? Or is this what you think you have to do to survive? The question cut too close to truths I wasn't ready to examine. Does it matter? I asked tiredly. Want, need, survival, they're all bleeding together right now. I just know that I'm exhausted, injured, scared, and running out of options. Theron's offer might not be ideal, but it's better than spending the rest of my life waiting for the next assassination attempt. There's another option.
What?
Come with me. He held out his hand. Not as a subordinate or an Omega or even as a mate bond obligation. Come with me as my equal partner. We'll face whatever comes together. Political pressure, council scrutiny, Kalen's schemes, all of it. But we face it as a united front instead of you dealing with threats alone while I deal with politics alone. I stared at his outstretched hand, feeling the weight of the choice. Accept Theron's contract and gain council protection at the cost of my freedom. Or trust Darius, trust the mate bond, trust that partnership could be stronger than institutional power. If I choose you, I said slowly, if I trust you with my survival, my safety, my future, can you promise you won't regret it when the political costs become too high? No, he admitted. I can't promise I won't have moments of doubt or frustration, or wishing things were simpler. But I can promise that I'll never reject you again. That I'll honor the mate bond the moon goddess created between us. That I'll stand beside you against whatever comes, even if it costs me everything I've built. That's a hell of a promise to make to an Omega you barely know. Good thing you're not just an Omega. You're a Thornblood warrior who defeated me in a blood trial using nothing but strategic thinking and raw courage. His hand remained steady, waiting for me to take it. You're my mate. And if tonight proved anything, it's that underestimating you is the biggest mistake anyone can make. I looked down at Theron's contract on the table, then at Darius's hand. Safety in chains or risk in partnership. Survival guaranteed but controlled, or survival uncertain but free. I made my choice. And with that choice, everything changed again. Because some decisions don't just affect your own life. They reshape the entire world around you. Chapter 9. The Alliance. I took Darius's hand. The moment our fingers intertwined, the mate bond surged to life with an intensity that stole my breath. It wasn't just recognition anymore. It was acceptance, acknowledgement, the beginning of something that could either save us both or destroy us completely. I choose you, I said, my voice steady despite the enormity of what I was committing to. I choose partnership over protection, freedom over safety, us over the Council's offer. Darius pulled me closer, his other hand coming up to cup my face with surprising gentleness. Then we do this together. No more secrets, no more hiding, no more pretending the mate bond doesn't exist. His thumb brushed across my cheekbone. Whatever comes next, we face it as equals. Equals, I repeated, testing the word. An alpha and an omega, equal partners. That's going to cause some controversy.
Good.
I'm tired of playing by rules that were designed to keep wolves like you powerless and wolves like me isolated. His expression hardened with determination. It's time the shifter world learned that strength comes in many forms and bloodline doesn't determine worth. Before I could respond, a sharp knock interrupted us. Darius's beta, Derek, pushed open the door without waiting for permission, a breach of protocol that spoke to the urgency of whatever had brought him. Alpha, we have a situation. Theron Blackwater is at the gates with a council enforcement squad. He's demanding to speak with Miss Thorne immediately, and he's not taking no for an answer. My stomach dropped. I haven't even given him an answer yet. Dawn isn't for another 2 hours. Apparently, he's moved up his timeline. Derek's expression was grim, and he brought enough firepower to level the pack house if we refuse entry. 20 trained enforcers, all armed with council authority to act as they see fit. Darius's hand tightened on mine. Tell him Miss Thorne is under my protection as my acknowledged mate. Any action against her is an action against the Silvercrest pack and will be treated as an act of war. With respect, Alpha, I don't think council enforcers care about pack politics when they're operating under direct orders. Derek shifted uncomfortably, and Theron specifically mentioned that refusing to produce her would be interpreted as harboring a rogue threat, which gives them legal justification to. To what? Raid my pack house? Arrest my mate on fabricated charges? Darius's alpha power flooded the room, making Derek flinch instinctively. Let them try. I'd love to see the political fallout when the council attacks a legally recognized alpha territory without just cause. Darius, stop. I squeezed his hand, drawing his attention back to me. This is exactly what Theron wants. You and the council at each other's throats while I'm caught in the middle. Don't give him that leverage. So, what do you suggest? I go talk to him. Explain that I'm declining his contract, but not declaring myself rogue. That I'm choosing to stay with my acknowledged mate rather than accept council recruitment. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. He'll be angry, but he can't legally force me to accept the offer. Free will is still protected under shifter law, even for wolves with forbidden bloodlines. And if he decides free will doesn't apply to you? Darius asked quietly. Then you'll know I was right to trust you over the council. I released his hand, already moving toward the door. But I don't think he'll go that far. Theron seems like someone who respects power, and openly violating shifter law would undermine the council's authority. He'll bluster, threaten, maybe try to intimidate me into changing my mind, but he won't actually force the issue. You're betting your life on that assumption. I'm betting my life on a lot of things tonight. I paused at the doorway, looking back. Trust me to handle this, Darius. Trust that I can navigate a conversation with a council enforcer without being manipulated or controlled. If we're going to be equal partners, that means you can't try to protect me from every threat. He wanted to argue. I could feel it through the mate bond, the instinctive need to shield me from danger warring with intellectual understanding that I was right. Fine, he said finally. But I'm coming with you. Not to protect you or speak for you, but as your mate and witness. Whatever Theron says, whatever threats he makes, you'll have someone who can testify to the council that you were acting of your own free will.
Deal.
We walked through the pack house together, and I felt the stares following us. Wolves who'd watched me defeat their alpha hours ago now watching me walk beside him as an acknowledged equal. Some gazes held respect. Others, hostility. Most were simply confused by the upheaval of everything they'd believed about pack hierarchy. The front gates were surrounded by council enforcers in their distinctive black uniforms, weapons at the ready, looking like they expected a fight. In the center of it all stood Theron Blackwater, his amber eyes tracking our approach with predatory focus. "Miss Thorne," he said pleasantly, though his emotional signature, still frustratingly blank to my empathic abilities, suggested nothing pleasant was happening beneath his calm exterior. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Just making my decision about your offer." I stopped several feet away, maintaining a respectful but not submissive distance. "Which is why I'm glad you're here. It saves me the trouble of tracking you down."
Oh.
His eyebrow raised slightly. "You've decided then?" "I have. I'm declining your contract." The words came out clear and firm. "I appreciate the council's interest in my abilities, and I understand the protection you were offering. But I choose to stay with my acknowledged mate and navigate my future without council oversight." The silence that followed was heavy enough to suffocate. "I see." Theron's voice remained pleasant, but something dangerous flickered in his eyes. "You do understand what you're refusing, don't you? The protection, the resources, the legal standing that would make you untouchable. I understand I'd be trading freedom for safety, and I've decided freedom is worth the risk." "Freedom." He repeated the word like it was foreign. "Miss Thorne, you're a Thornblood who just publicly demonstrated forbidden abilities in front of hundreds of witnesses. Every alpha with political ambitions now sees you as either a threat to be eliminated or a tool to be acquired. Your freedom will last exactly as long as it takes for someone to decide you're more valuable dead or controlled than alive and independent. Then I'll deal with those threats as they come." "With what?" "Your empathic abilities and a week's worth of combat training." Theron took a step closer, and his enforcers shifted in response, hands moving to weapons. "You defeated Alpha Silvercrest through psychological manipulation, not physical prowess. Against a trained assassin who knows you're a Thornblood and comes prepared to resist emotional influence. How long do you think you'd last?" "Long enough." I held his gaze steadily, refusing to let fear show. "And I won't be facing threats alone. I have a mate who's acknowledged our bond, a pack that will provide territory and resources, and allies who understand what's at stake. Allies who are also targets now, thanks to their association with you." Theron's smile was sharp. "Your healer friend, Lenara Ashwood, she's already been flagged for questioning about her role in training a forbidden bloodline. The Shadow Walker, who's been helping you prepare, will find council attention following him wherever he goes. Even Alpha Silvercrest here will face political consequences for choosing a Thornblood mate over more suitable options." "Are you threatening them?" Darius asked, his alpha power rising. "I'm stating facts." Theron's attention never left me. Miss Thorne's decision doesn't just affect her own life. It affects everyone connected to her. And I'm trying to make her understand that accepting council protection would shield all of you from the fallout that's coming. "Or," I said slowly, understanding dawning, "accepting her contract would give the council leverage over everyone I care about. If you control me, You effectively control them through their connection to me. Theron's smile widened slightly, acknowledgement that I'd seen through his strategy. Smart girl. Your Thornblood abilities extend beyond just sensing emotions, don't they? You can read strategies, see through manipulation, understand the chess moves people make before they complete them. He pulled out another document, which is exactly why the Council wants you so badly. Imagine what you could do with proper training, real resources, years to develop your abilities instead of days. You could be extraordinary. Or I could be another Azria. I pushed the new document away without reading it. Broken by the weight of what the Council asks me to do, driven mad by using my abilities for purposes that violate everything I believe in. No thank you. Azria was weak. Azria was tortured. The words came out harder than I'd intended. Experimented on. Forced to use her abilities until they destroyed her mind. And then the Council used her breakdown as justification to eliminate every other Thornblood in existence. You'll forgive me if I'm not eager to sign up for the same treatment. Theron's expression darkened. The Council has evolved since then. Has it? Or has it just gotten better at hiding what it does to wolves who don't fit the approved categories? I took a step forward, and his enforcers tensed. I won't be your weapon, Thorin. Won't let you turn my abilities into tools for political manipulation and assassination. If that makes me a rogue in the Council's eyes, so be it. But I'd rather be a free rogue than a controlled asset. Brave words for someone who'll be dead within a month. Maybe. Or maybe I'll survive long enough to prove that forbidden bloodlines aren't the threat you've made us out to be. That we can exist without being controlled or eliminated. That the Council's 200-year-old policies are outdated and need revision. For the first time since I'd met him, Theron's carefully controlled mask slipped. I saw genuine emotion flash across his face, respect, frustration, and something that might have been regret. You remind me of her, he said quietly. Azria, before we broke her. She had that same fire, that same stubborn refusal to accept that the world worked a certain way just because powerful wolves said it did. And look what happened to her.
Yes.
Look what happened. He stepped back, gesturing to his enforcers to stand down. I tried to offer you a better path, Miss Thorne. Tried to give you the tools to survive what's coming. But you've made your choice, and I'll respect it. Relief flooded through me. He was backing down, wasn't going to force the issue. Then he smiled, and my relief evaporated. Of course, my respect for your choice doesn't change the facts. You're still a Thornblood with demonstrated abilities, which makes you a threat assessment issue. The Council will be watching you very closely. Any use of your abilities that violates shifter law, any indication that you're following in Azria's footsteps, and I'll be authorized to take immediate action. Define immediate action, Darius said, his voice hard. Elimination. Quickly, cleanly, before she can become the next cautionary tale about why forbidden bloodlines can't be trusted. Theron's amber eyes locked onto mine. I genuinely hope it doesn't come to that, Miss Thorne. I hope you prove me wrong about the dangers of letting Thornbloods operate without oversight. But if you don't... He left the threat hanging. I understand, I said, forcing my voice to remain steady. Stay within the law, don't abuse my abilities, don't become the next Azria. Those seem like reasonable conditions for being allowed to exist. I'm so glad you think so. He turned to leave, his enforcers falling into formation around him. Oh, one more thing. Your mother, Silwyn, she had a sister, Viola Thorne. She survived the Purge and has been living under an assumed name in the Eastern Territories. I thought you'd like to know you have a family still alive. My heart stopped. What? Family. An aunt who's been hiding her Thornblood heritage for 20 years, just like you. The Council knows where she is, of course. We keep track of all surviving forbidden bloodline members. His smile was sharp. I mention this because her safety depends largely on your behavior. If you stay within the law and cause no trouble, we have no reason to revisit her case. But if you become a problem... The implication was crystal clear. Behave, or the Council would eliminate the last of my blood family. You're using her as leverage, I said, my voice shaking with rage. threatening an innocent wolf who's done nothing wrong just to control me. I'm giving you additional motivation to make good choices. Theron's expression was unreadable. Consider it a gift, knowing you have family out there who you can meet if you survive long enough and stay on the Council's good side. Or consider it a warning about what happens to Thornbloods who forget their place in the current order. Your choice is how you interpret it. He left before I could respond, his enforcers disappearing into the night like shadows. I stood frozen at the gates, rage and fear and desperate hope warring inside me. I had an aunt, family, someone who shared my blood, my abilities, my history. And the Council was holding her hostage to ensure my compliance. Azria. Darius's hand on my shoulder brought me back to the present. Are you alright?
No.
The word came out hollow. I thought declining the contract would free me. But he just found a different way to control me. Threatens my aunt instead of threatening me directly. Makes sure I know that any rebellion, any stepping out of line, will cost more than just my own life. We'll find her, Darius said firmly. Your aunt. We'll locate her before the Council can use her against you. And then what? Hide her? The Council already knows where she is. They've probably been monitoring her for years. I pulled away from his comforting touch, needing space to process the magnitude of what Theron had just revealed. This is why forbidden bloodlines don't survive. Not because we lack power, but because the Council finds everyone we care about and turns them into leverage. Then we change the game. Darius's voice was hard with determination. Stop playing by their rules. Stop accepting that the Council gets to dictate how wolves with forbidden bloodlines live or die. Build something strong enough that they can't threaten our families without facing consequences. What are you suggesting? An alliance. Not just you and me, but everyone the Council has marginalized, threatened, or tried to control. Other forbidden bloodlines, independent packs who resent Council authority, wolves who are tired of living in fear. His eyes blazed with the kind of vision that had made him a powerful alpha. We build a coalition strong enough that the Council has to negotiate with us as equals instead of hunting us as targets. That's insane. That's revolution, a new voice said from the darkness. Riven stepped into the torchlight, and he wasn't alone. Behind him stood at least a dozen wolves, all carrying themselves with the careful wariness of people who'd learned to hide what they were. Shadow Walkers, Riven announced, gesturing to his companions. Storm Callers, Flame Weavers, Mind Shields, every forbidden bloodline you've heard of, and several you haven't. We've been watching tonight's developments with great interest. A woman with silver-streaked hair and eyes that crackled with barely contained lightning stepped forward. I'm Calyx Stormborn, last of the Storm Caller line. My family was eliminated 40 years ago for possessing abilities the Council deemed too dangerous. I've been hiding ever since, living as a rogue and waiting for the right moment to stop running. And you think that moment is now? I asked, my mind reeling. I think an Omega Thornblood just defeated an Alpha in a blood trial using forbidden abilities, then turned down Council recruitment in front of witnesses. Calyx's smile was fierce. If that's not the right moment to stop hiding, I don't know what is. Another wolf stepped forward, a lean male with eyes that seemed to shift color in the torchlight. Hadrian Mind Shield. My bloodline could create mental barriers that no empathic or telepathic ability could penetrate. The Council killed my parents for refusing to teach them how we did it. His gaze found mine. Theron threatened your aunt to control you. He's done the same to most of us. Found our families, our friends, anyone we care about, and turned them into weapons against us. Maybe it's time we stopped letting that work. I looked at the assembled wolves, survivors of bloodlines that should have been extinct, refugees from a war they'd been too young to fight, warriors who'd spent decades hiding abilities that could reshape the shifter world. And I understood what Darius had been suggesting. Not just survival. Revolution. This is insane, I said again, but with less conviction. The Council has resources we can't match. Authority backed by centuries of tradition. Trained enforcers and political influence across every territory. They also have a fundamental weakness, Riven countered. They're built on a lie, that forbidden bloodlines are too dangerous to exist, that eliminating us made the shifter world safer and stronger. But you just proved that lie false tonight. Proved that a Thornblood can use her abilities strategically and honorably. If we can keep proving that, keep demonstrating that we're not the threat they've made us out to be, then the Council's entire justification for the Purges collapses, Calyx finished. And wolves start asking why we needed to eliminate so many bloodlines in the first place. Why the Council gets to decide which abilities are acceptable and which ones are forbidden. Why should tradition matter more than the Moon Goddess's gift of diversity? You're talking about undermining 200 years of shifter law, Darius said, though his tone suggested he was intrigued rather than opposed. We're talking about survival through solidarity instead of survival through hiding. Riven's eyes gleamed. Individually, we're targets. Together, we're a force the Council can't easily eliminate without revealing exactly how authoritarian and brutal their protection really is. I looked at each of them. These survivors who'd lost family to the Purges, who'd spent decades hiding what they were, who were now offering to stand together and fight back. Then I looked at Darius, my acknowledged mate who'd chosen partnership over politics. And I made another choice that would change everything. All right, I said, the word feeling huge and irrevocable. Let's build an alliance. Let's prove that forbidden bloodlines can exist without being controlled or eliminated. And let's make the Council regret ever threatening the wolves we love. Calyx's smile was fierce with approval. Then welcome to the resistance, Thornblood. Welcome to the beginning of something that might actually change the shifter world. Or get us all killed trying, I added. Well, yes, that's always an option. Riven laughed, the sound surprisingly light given the weight of what we were planning. But at least we'll die fighting instead of hiding. And sometimes, that's all the choice we get. As the assembled wolves began discussing strategy, resources, and how to locate other forbidden bloodline survivors, I felt something shift inside me. I wasn't just Azria the Omega anymore. I wasn't even just Azria the Thornblood. I was becoming something new, a symbol, a leader, a wolf who'd stopped accepting the world as it was and started fighting for what it could be. Whether that made me a revolutionary or just another cautionary tale remained to be seen. But either way, I was done being invisible. The alliance was forming, and with it, the first real challenge to Council authority in 2 centuries. But revolutions aren't built in a night, and the Council wasn't going to let us organize without interference. The real fight was just beginning. Chapter 10. The Gathering Storm. The abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Silvercrest territory became our headquarters. It was far enough from the main pack house to avoid drawing immediate attention, but close enough that Darius could provide resources and protection if things went wrong, which, given what we were planning, seemed increasingly likely. Over the next 3 days, more wolves arrived. They came in 1s and 2s at first, cautious, scared, barely daring to hope that safety in numbers might actually be possible. A fire weaver who'd been living as a rogue for 15 years. A dreamwalker who'd suppressed her abilities so thoroughly she'd almost forgotten what they felt like. Twin blood trackers who could follow emotional signatures across hundreds of miles. Each one carried stories of loss, of family members killed during the Purges, of decades spent hiding essential parts of themselves out of fear. And each one looked at me with something that made my stomach twist with anxiety. Hope. They saw me as proof that fighting back was possible. That an Omega with forbidden abilities could stand against an Alpha and survive. That maybe, just maybe, the Council's grip wasn't as absolute as it seemed. The pressure of their expectations was suffocating. Stop spiraling, Lenara said, appearing at my elbow with a cup of tea I hadn't asked for, but desperately needed. I can practically feel your anxiety from across the warehouse. I took the tea gratefully, warming my hands on the cup. I have no idea what I'm doing. Everyone keeps looking at me like I'm some kind of leader, but 3 days ago, I was cleaning floors and trying not to be noticed. Now I'm supposed to organize a resistance movement. You're not supposed to do anything alone. She gestured to where Riven was teaching a group of younger wolves basic shielding techniques, where Calyx was demonstrating storm manipulation to fascinated onlookers, where Darius was coordinating with his beta about supply lines and safe houses. This isn't your burden to carry by yourself, Azria. That's the point of an alliance. Tell that to the Fireweaver who spent 20 minutes this morning asking me how we're going to protect everyone when the council inevitably comes for us. I set down the tea, my hands shaking slightly. I didn't have an answer, Lenara. Because I don't know. We're gathering forbidden bloodlines in one location, making ourselves an obvious target, and hoping that numbers will somehow protect us better than hiding did. Would you rather go back to hiding? She asked gently.
No.
But I'd rather have an actual plan beyond, gather wolves, and hope for the best. I watched a young dreamwalker practicing her abilities under Hadrian's guidance, saw the joy on her face at finally being able to use gifts she'd suppressed for years. These wolves are trusting me with their lives, their safety, their futures. And I'm terrified I'm going to fail them. Then don't fail them. Darius's voice came from behind me, and I felt his presence through the mate bond before I turned. Stop waiting for permission to lead, and just lead. You defeated me in a blood trial using nothing but strategic thinking and Thornblood abilities. You turned down council recruitment knowing it made you a target. You're already making hard choices, you just need to own them. Easy for you to say. You were trained for leadership your entire life. And you were trained for survival, which is more relevant to what we're building here. He moved closer, his hand finding mine naturally. These wolves don't need someone who knows the traditional pack hierarchy. They need someone who understands what it's like to be powerless and chooses to fight anyway. Before I could respond, Riven called out from across the warehouse. We have arrived. 3 vehicles, council enforcement markers. Looks like Theron brought friends. The warehouse erupted into controlled chaos, wolves taking defensive positions, abilities flaring to life as everyone prepared for a fight. I felt the collective spike of fear and determination through my empathic senses, nearly overwhelming in its intensity. Everyone stay calm, Darius commanded, his alpha authority settling over the assembled wolves like a blanket. We're on Silvercrest territory. The council has no legal authority to raid without cause. If they try, they'll be violating pack sovereignty. Since when has legal authority stopped them? Calyx's hands crackled with barely restrained lightning. My family was eliminated on fabricated charges. They'll find a justification after the fact if they want us badly enough. Not this time. I moved toward the warehouse entrance, my decision made. Theron wants to talk. So we'll talk. But on our terms, not his. Azria, Darius started. Trust me. I squeezed his hand once, then released it. This is what Thornbloods do. We read people, understand motivations, and navigate complex social dynamics. Let me handle this. I stepped outside before he could argue further. Theron stood between 2 massive SUVs, 6 enforcers flanking him with weapons openly displayed. But his posture was relaxed, conversational, like we were meeting for coffee instead of a potential standoff. Miss Thorne, he greeted pleasantly. I see you've been busy since our last conversation. Quite the gathering you've assembled. Wolves with forbidden bloodlines seeking community and safety. Nothing illegal about that. Isn't there? His smile was sharp. Conspiracy to resist council authority. Organizing a militant faction of dangerous abilities. Harboring known rogues who've avoided council registration for decades. I could make a case for several violations, actually. But you won't.
Oh.
He raised an eyebrow. What makes you so certain? Because raiding this warehouse means attacking Silvercrest territory, which would require either Alpha Darius's permission or proof of imminent threat to shifter stability. You have neither. I crossed my arms, channeling more confidence than I felt. You're here to intimidate us, to remind us that the council is watching. But you're not here to actually do anything because you can't without causing a political incident. Theron studied me for a long moment, his amber eyes unreadable. Smart girl. You're learning to think politically, not just emotionally. He pulled out a cigarette, lighting it with that impossible finger snap flame. You're right that I can't raid without cause. But I can deliver a message from the council regarding your little coalition. Which is? Disband within 72 hours, or every wolf in that warehouse will be classified as part of a rogue organization subject to immediate elimination. He exhaled smoke that seemed to carry shapes of violence. The council is willing to overlook this gathering as a momentary lapse in judgment. But if you continue organizing forbidden bloodlines into what looks suspiciously like a private army, we'll be forced to respond with appropriate measures. Appropriate measures meaning execution without trial? Appropriate measures meaning defending the established order against wolves who've demonstrated their inability to self-regulate their dangerous abilities. His voice hardened. The purges happened for a reason, Miss Thorne. Forbidden bloodlines weren't eliminated because we were bored or cruel. They were eliminated because they consistently proved too unstable, too powerful, too willing to abuse their gifts for personal gain. That's propaganda, and you know it. That's documented history. Azria wasn't the first Thornblood to go mad with power. She was just the most recent. Stormcallers used to manipulate weather for warfare, killing thousands. Shadow Walkers committed untraceable assassinations for profit. Mind Shields sold their services to the highest bidder, protecting criminals from justice. He took another drag on his cigarette. Every forbidden bloodline has blood on its hands, atrocities committed in the name of personal ambition. The council didn't eliminate you out of fear. We eliminated you out of necessity. And the innocent wolves who died? The children who never had a chance to prove they could control their abilities? The families destroyed on suspicion rather than evidence. My voice was hard. Those were necessary too. Collateral damage in a war we didn't start. But I heard the thread of doubt in his voice now, the crack in his certainty. The alternative was allowing bloodlines to continue unchecked until they destroyed shifter society from within. Or the alternative was training them properly instead of treating them like weapons to be controlled or eliminated. I took a step closer, lowering my voice. You said I reminded you of Azria before you broke her. What if she reminded you of yourself before the council broke you? Theron went very still. Careful, Miss Thorne. I've been reading up on council history. There are gaps in your service record, 5 years where you disappeared from official documents, and rumors about an enforcer who refused an order to eliminate a Stormcaller child, who was punished for showing mercy when the council demanded brutality. I met his amber eyes directly. What did they do to you, Theron? What did they do to earn back your position? For just a moment, his carefully controlled mask cracked. I saw pain, regret, old wounds that had never properly healed. Then the mask slammed back into place. 72 hours, he said flatly. Disband or face the consequences. And Miss Thorne? Next time you try to psychoanalyze me, remember that I've been playing political games since before you were born. You're good, but you're not that good yet. He turned to leave, his enforcers following. But he paused at his vehicle, looking back. Your aunt, Vaila, she's working as a healer in the Eastern Territories under the name Mireya Ash. The council has kept her location secret to protect her from wolves who might use her as leverage against you. But if you want to meet her, if you want to know more about your family's history, you have 48 hours before this warehouse gets raided and everyone inside gets classified as enemies of the state. That's not a coincidence, I said. You're giving me a choice. Disband the alliance, and I can safely contact my aunt. Continue organizing, and the council eliminates us all. I'm giving you reality. How you interpret it is up to you. He climbed into his vehicle. 48 hours, Miss Thorne. Choose wisely. They drove away, leaving me standing alone in the empty lot with an impossible decision weighing on my shoulders. The warehouse was silent when I returned. Every wolf had heard the exchange, some through enhanced hearing, others through abilities that let them perceive conversations from a distance. They all knew what Theron had said, what choice I was being forced to make. Disband and save ourselves, potentially getting a chance to meet the aunt I'd never known existed. Or continue building the alliance and accept that the council would eliminate every wolf in this building. We leave, Calyx said immediately. Scatter back to our hiding places before the council comes for us. At least alive and separate, we have a chance of survival. We stay, Hadrian countered. Running didn't protect us for 40 years. Why would it protect us now? At least together, we can fight back. Arguments erupted as wolves took sides, fear and determination clashing in equal measure. I felt all of it through my empathic abilities. The terror of wolves who'd already lost everything once, the fury of those who were tired of running, the desperate hope of younger bloodlines who'd never known anything but hiding. And underneath it all, my own conflict. I just found out I had a family, an aunt who'd survived the purges, who could tell me about my mother, my heritage, everything the council had tried to erase. 48 hours stood between me and answers I'd wanted my entire life. But accepting that gift meant abandoning everyone who'd trusted me. Meant proving the council right, that forbidden bloodlines would always choose self-interest over solidarity. Azria. Darius's hand on my shoulder brought me back to the present. What do you want to do? What did I want? I wanted to meet my aunt. I wanted to learn about my family. Wanted to not be responsible for decisions that could get everyone killed. But what I wanted didn't matter anymore. We stay, I said, my voice carrying across the suddenly silent warehouse. We continue building the alliance. And we prepare for the council to make good on their threat. You're sentencing us all to death, someone shouted from the back. Maybe. Or maybe I'm betting that the council won't actually raid a lawful gathering on Sovereign Pact territory just because we're wolves they don't like. I moved to the center of the space where everyone could see me. Theron gave us 48 hours because he wants us to panic, to scatter, to prove that we can't maintain solidarity under pressure. But if we run now, we validate everything the council says about forbidden bloodlines being too unstable to exist. And if we stay, and they kill us anyway? Calyx asked, though her tone suggested she already supported the decision. Then we die proving that the council's authority isn't absolute, that they can't eliminate us just for existing, that their 200-year war against forbidden bloodlines ends here. I took a breath, feeling the weight of leadership settling onto my shoulders. I know I'm asking a lot, asking you to risk everything on a bet that the council won't commit mass murder in broad daylight. But I also know that hiding didn't save any of our families, didn't stop the purges, didn't make us safer. It just made us isolated and vulnerable. I looked at each of them in turn. Together, we have a chance. Not a guarantee, but a chance. We have Alpha Darius's protection as long as we're on his territory. We have abilities that the council fears for good reason. We have each other, which is more than any of us have had in years.
My voice strengthened.
So yes, I'm choosing to stay. Choosing to believe that solidarity is stronger than fear. And if anyone wants to leave, wants to go back to hiding and hoping the council forgets about them, I understand. No judgment. But I'm done running. Silence stretched for several long heartbeats. Then Hadrian stepped forward. I'm staying. Me too, Calyx added. And me, said the young dreamwalker. One by one, every wolf in the warehouse committed to staying. Some out of courage, others out of exhaustion with running, still others simply because they had nowhere else to go. But all of them choose solidarity over isolation. 48 hours, Riven said, moving to stand beside me. That gives us 2 days to prepare defenses, establish escape routes if things go wrong, and get word to other forbidden bloodlines that we're making a stand. If we're going to do this, let's do it properly. Agreed. Darius stepped forward, his alpha authority making everyone instinctively straighten. This is still Silvercrest territory, which means anyone who attacks you attacks my pack. I'll have warriors positioned around the warehouse perimeter, ready to respond if the council tries anything illegal. That could cost you everything, I said quietly. Your political alliances, your standing with other alphas, possibly your territory, if the council decides you're supporting a rogue organization. Good thing I have a mate who's proven that betting against conventional wisdom sometimes pays off. His hand found mine, the mate bond pulsing warmly between us. We do this together, remember? All of us. As the assembled wolves began organizing defensive strategies and emergency protocols, as Darius coordinated with his pack to provide protection, as Riven reached out to other shadow walkers who might join us, I felt something shift. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about proving that forbidden bloodlines could be more than the council's propaganda claimed. Could be warriors, healers, leaders who used their abilities for protection rather than destruction. could be worth saving instead of eliminating. 48 hours until the Council's deadline. 48 hours to prepare for either our greatest victory or our complete annihilation. I touched my mother's pendant, feeling its weight against my skin. I hope I'm making you proud, Mom. Hope this rebellion you died to prevent me from meeting is actually worth the cost. Because the storm was coming. And this time, we weren't running from it. We were standing together and daring it to strike. The next 2 days would determine the future of every forbidden bloodline still hiding in the shadows. Would determine whether solidarity could actually protect us better than isolation. Would determine if an Omega Thornblood and her unlikely alliance could stand against Council authority and survive. The clock was ticking, and the Council was watching, waiting to see if we'd break, or if we'd finally become strong enough to fight back. Chapter 11. The Stand. 47 hours and 32 minutes until the Council's deadline. I stood on the warehouse roof, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. Below me, the Alliance worked through the night. Wolves who'd spent decades hiding their abilities now openly practicing them, building defenses, preparing for a confrontation that could end in either legitimacy or extinction. Through my empathic senses, I felt their collective determination mixed with barely suppressed terror. They were trusting me to lead them through this. The weight of that trust was crushing. "You're doing it again," Darius said, climbing onto the roof to join me. "Carrying everyone's burden like it's yours alone. Isn't it? I'm the one who chose to stay. The one who convinced them that solidarity was worth the risk." I gestured to the organized chaos below. "If this goes wrong, if the Council raids and people die, that's on me. If this goes wrong, it's on the Council for 200 years of brutal suppression and genocidal policies." He settled beside me, his shoulder warm against mine. "Stop taking responsibility for their crimes, Azria. You didn't create this situation. You're just refusing to accept it anymore. That's semantics." "That's true." He was quiet for a moment then. "I spoke with King Aldrich last night, called in favors, made political promises I'll probably regret, and convinced him to send an official observer when the deadline hits." I turned to stare at him. "You did what?" "The Council can't commit mass murder with a royal observer present. It would violate every principle of shifter law and make King Aldrich complicit." His expression was grim. "It won't stop them from finding other ways to pressure us, but it should prevent an outright raid." "Darius, that's..." I struggled to find words. "That's political suicide. King Aldrich will expect repayment for that favor, and it'll cost you more than you can afford." "Probably. But you're my acknowledged mate, which means your survival is worth more than political capital." He turned to face me fully. "Besides, I'm tired of playing it safe. Tired of making every decision based on what benefits my pack's position rather than what's actually right. Maybe it's time some of us alphas remembered that power comes with responsibility to protect the vulnerable, not just exploit them." "When did you become an idealist?" "When I watched an Omega defeat me in a blood trial using nothing but courage and strategic thinking. It's amazing how quickly losing everything you thought mattered clarifies what actually does." His hand found mine. "Whatever happens in the next 2 days, we face it together. That's non-negotiable." Before I could respond, Calyx shouted from below. "Azria, we have a visitor, and you're going to want to see this." We climbed down to find an unfamiliar wolf standing just inside the warehouse entrance, a woman in her early 40s with auburn hair streaked with silver and eyes the exact shade of blue as mine. My breath caught. I didn't need empathic abilities to know who she was. The resemblance to my mother's old photographs was unmistakable. "Viola?" I whispered. "Hello, niece." Her voice was warm despite the tension radiating from her. "I hear you've been causing quite a bit of trouble lately. Your mother would be either horrified or incredibly proud. I honestly can't decide which." "You're supposed to be in the Eastern Territories," Theron said. "Theron says a lot of things. Not all of them are true." She moved closer, studying my face with an intensity that made me want to squirm. "You look just like Silwyn. Same stubborn chin, same eyes that see too much, same tendency to take on battles that aren't yours to fight." How did you find me? I've been monitoring you since the blood trial. Word travels fast when an Omega defeats an Alpha using Thornblood abilities. She glanced around the warehouse, taking in the assembled forbidden bloodlines with a knowing expression. And when that same Omega starts organizing a resistance movement, well, that's hard to ignore. Did the council send you? Riven asked, suspicion sharp in his voice. The council thinks I'm still working as a healer under an assumed name, quietly aging out of my dangerous years. Viola's smile was bitter. They stopped actively monitoring me a decade ago when they decided I was sufficiently broken and compliant. They were wrong, obviously, but I let them believe it because being underestimated is useful. That's a Thornblood trait, I said softly, using people's assumptions against them. It's a survival trait. One your mother taught me before she died protecting you. Viola's expression softened. Silwen and I were close. When the purge came, we scattered. She took you and went into hiding. I stayed and pretended to be a harmless healer with minimal abilities. We lost contact to protect each other, but I never stopped watching for news of her. Or of you. She never told me about you. She was protecting you. The fewer connections you knew about, the safer you'd be if the council ever found you. Viola pulled out a worn journal. But she kept records. Information about our family, our abilities, the truth about what Thornbloods really are, and what we're actually capable of. She wanted you to have this when you were ready. I took the journal while shaking hands. My mother's handwriting covered every page. Detailed notes about Thornblood abilities, training exercises, historical accounts of what our bloodline had accomplished before the purges. And on the first page, a letter addressed to me. My dearest Azria, if you're reading this, then Viola has found you, and you've begun to embrace what you truly are. I'm sorry I couldn't be there to guide you myself. Sorry that fear kept me from teaching you properly. Sorry that I chose safety over strength and left you unprepared for the battles I knew would eventually come. But I don't regret keeping you alive long enough to have a choice. You are a Thornblood, a bloodline that once stood as mediators, healers, and warriors who used empathy as strength rather than weakness. We weren't monsters, despite what the Council's propaganda claims. We were wolves who understood that true power comes from connection, not domination. The purges happened because we threatened the Alpha hierarchy, not through violence, but through our ability to sense lies, to read true intentions, to see through the manipulation that keeps unjust power structures intact. We were eliminated because we couldn't be fooled, couldn't be controlled, couldn't be made to support systems that harmed the vulnerable for the benefit of the powerful. If you're reading this now, you've already discovered that truth for yourself. You've already started asking the questions that make alphas nervous. You've already begun to understand why the Council wanted us extinct. Use that understanding, my darling girl. Use your abilities not for personal gain, but for justice. Not for revenge, but for protection. Not to dominate, but to create space where all wolves, regardless of bloodline or rank, can exist safely. That's what Thornbloods were meant to do. That's what I hope you'll become. With all my love, your mother. Tears blurred my vision by the time I finished reading. She knew, I whispered. She knew I'd end up here, fighting this fight. She hoped you wouldn't have to. But she prepared you anyway, just in case. Viola squeezed my shoulder gently. That journal contains everything she learned about our abilities, advanced techniques she never taught you, applications of empathic power that go far beyond basic emotional sensing. If you're planning to stand against the Council, you'll need every advantage. Why are you here? I asked, voicing the question that had been building. You could have stayed hidden, stayed safe. Why risk exposure to help us? Because I'm tired of hiding. Tired of pretending to be less than I am. Tired of living in fear, while wolves like you have the courage to fight back. Her eyes blazed with determination. And because Silwen died to give you a chance at freedom, I won't let her sacrifice be meaningless by standing aside while you face this alone. I'm not alone. I gestured to the assembled wolves. We're building something here. An alliance of forbidden bloodlines strong enough that the Council can't eliminate us without revealing exactly how brutal their authority really is. That's ambitious. Possibly suicidal. Viola smiled approvingly. I'm in. What do you need? Over the next 24 hours, everything changed. Viola proved to be a fountain of knowledge about advanced Thornblood techniques, abilities I'd never imagined possible. She taught me how to create empathic shields that could protect entire groups from mental influence, how to sense lies across distances, reading intention through pack bonds, how to weaponize emotional connections in ways that made my previous combat applications look elementary. Thornbloods weren't just warriors, she explained during a training session that left me mentally exhausted. We were pack healers in the truest sense. We could mend broken bonds, resolve conflicts that would have destroyed communities, identify threats before they materialized. That's what made us valuable. And that's what made us dangerous to alphas who relied on manipulation and fear to maintain control. So the council eliminated us because we were too good at exposing lies? They eliminated us because we made it impossible for cruel leaders to hide their cruelty. She demonstrated a technique for sensing deception through pack bonds. Imagine trying to justify unjust laws when there's a Thornblood in your territory who can feel the suffering those laws cause. Imagine trying to claim your authority is divine when we can sense that your motivations are purely selfish. We were living lie detectors. We were living consciously. And that's intolerable to power structures built on exploitation. Viola's expression darkened. The purges weren't about protecting shifter society from dangerous abilities. They were about protecting corrupt leadership from accountability. Around us, other forbidden bloodlines were undergoing similar revelations. Stormcallers weren't just weather manipulators. They were wolves who could sense atmospheric changes and prevent natural disasters. Shadow walkers weren't assassins. They were scouts and intelligence gatherers who could move unseen to protect their packs. Mind shields weren't criminals hiding from justice. They were wolves who could protect vulnerable minds from trauma and manipulation. Every forbidden bloodline had been reframed as dangerous, when in reality, they'd been eliminated for threatening established power. The truth was both liberating and enraging. 48 hours, Riven called out as the deadline approached. Council enforcers are gathering at the territory border. Looks like Theron brought backup. I count at least 30 vehicles. The warehouse fell silent. This was it. The moment that would determine whether our alliance survived or became another footnote in the Council's history of successful suppressions. Positions, Darius commanded, his alpha authority cutting through the fear. Warriors on the perimeter, forbidden bloodlines in defensive formation. Remember, we're not starting a fight. We're simply refusing to disband. They have no legal authority to attack. Since when has legality stopped the council? Someone muttered. Since King Aldrich's observer arrived an hour ago. Darius pointed to a sleek vehicle pulling up to the warehouse. From it emerged an ancient wolf whose presence made even the assembled forbidden bloodlines feel inadequate. That's Elder Merrick, one of the king's oldest advisors. The council can't act against us without his witness and approval. Hope flickered through the empathic currents. Maybe this would work. Maybe political pressure and legal technicalities would actually protect us. Or maybe we were all about to die for believing rules mattered to wolves who'd spent 2 centuries writing their own rules. I stood at the warehouse entrance with Darius on one side, Viola on the other, and dozens of forbidden bloodlines arrayed behind me. Through my enhanced abilities, I felt their collective determination, their terror, their desperate hope that this stand would mean something. Theron Blackwater emerged from the council convoy, 30 enforcers at his back, weapons prominently displayed. But he didn't look triumphant. He looked tired. Miss Thorne, he called across the distance. Your 48 hours are up. Final chance to disband peacefully. We declined. I called back. We're lawfully assembled on Sovereign Pack territory with Alpha Silvercrest's permission. The council has no authority to force us to scatter. Doesn't it? He moved closer, stopping just outside the warehouse perimeter. Elder Merrick, if you would. The ancient wolf stepped forward, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. I'm here as King Aldrich's official observer. The council has petitioned for authority to classify this gathering as a rogue organization subject to immediate dispersal. I'm here to determine if that classification is justified. My heart sank. They'd found a legal loophole. If Elder Merrick ruled that we constituted a rogue organization, the council could raid without violating pack sovereignty. Elder Merrick, Darius said formally, these wolves are my guests. They've committed no crimes, threatened no one, violated no laws. On what grounds would you classify them as rogue? On the grounds that they represent forbidden bloodlines who've historically proven unable to self-regulate their dangerous abilities. Elder Marek's expression was unreadable. The council argues that allowing such wolves to congregate creates unacceptable risk to shifter stability. The council argues that we're dangerous because they made us dangerous. Calyx stepped forward, lightning crackling around her hands. My family was peaceful until the enforcers came for us. We fought back to survive, and that justified eliminating every storm caller in our region. You call us unable to self-regulate. We call it defending ourselves from genocide. Genocide is a strong word. What else do you call systematically eliminating entire bloodlines? I interrupted, my voice carrying across the assembled wolves. What else do you call hunting down children who'd never used their abilities violently, killing families on suspicion rather than evidence, erasing our histories, and declaring our very existence illegal? Elder Merrick was silent for a long moment. The purges were complicated, he finally said. Necessary at the time, perhaps, but complicated. Complicated. Vaila's laugh was bitter. My sister died protecting her daughter from wolves who called murder complicated. Is that what you'll call it when you approve this raid? Another complicated necessity. What would you have us do? Elder Marek's voice rose with genuine frustration. The council maintains order. Without that order, shifter society collapses into chaos. Forbidden bloodlines represent unpredictability, power that can't be easily controlled or monitored. How do we maintain stability while allowing wolves who could reshape pack dynamics with a thought to operate unchecked? By trusting us, I said simply. By judging us on our actions rather than our bloodlines. By understanding that the stability you're protecting was built on our graves and maybe, just maybe, that's not stability worth preserving. I felt every eye on me as I continued. You want to know if we're dangerous? Yes, we are. Every wolf here has abilities that could cause harm if misused. But so does every alpha with their dominance, every warrior with their strength, every healer with their knowledge of toxins. Power is always dangerous. That's not unique to forbidden bloodlines. The difference is scale. The difference is that you can't control us the way you control other wolves. Can't manipulate us with the same lies. Can't hide your corruption behind legal language when we can sense the truth beneath it. I took a step forward. That's what really scares the council. Not our power, but our ability to see through theirs. Elder Merrick studied me for a long, tense moment. You're very articulate for an Omega who was cleaning floors a week ago. I'm very motivated not to die for someone else's political convenience. He almost smiled at that. Then he turned to address everyone assembled, council enforcers, forbidden bloodlines, Darius's warriors, all of us waiting for judgment. The council petitioned for authority to classify this gathering as a rogue organization, he announced formally. Having observed the situation directly and questioned the involved parties, I'm prepared to deliver my ruling. The silence was absolute. Every heart in the warehouse held its breath. I rule that this gathering does not constitute a rogue organization under shifter law. These wolves have committed no crimes, threatened no territories, violated no established protocols. They are simply exercising their right to peaceful assembly on sovereign pack land with the territory as permission. Relief flooded through the empathic currents so strongly, I nearly staggered. However, Elder Merrick continued, and the relief evaporated. I also rule that the council's concerns about monitoring and oversight are valid. As a compromise, I propose that this alliance formally register with the council as a recognized entity subject to the same regulations as any other pack or organization. You'll have legal standing and protection, but you'll also have accountability. Registration means giving the council a list of every forbidden bloodline member, Riven said, suspicion sharp in his voice. A convenient target list for future purges. Registration means legitimacy, Elder Merrick countered. It means you exist within the legal framework rather than outside it. It means the council can't eliminate you without cause because you'll have the same protections as any other recognized organization. And if we refuse? I asked. Then I'll have no choice but to rule that you are operating as an unregulated rogue faction, and the council will have authority to disperse you by force. His expression was sympathetic but firm. I'm offering you a path to legitimate existence, Miss Thorne. I strongly suggest you take it. I looked at the assembled wolves, at forbidden bloodlines who'd spent decades hiding, at Darius who'd risked everything to support us, at Vaila who'd emerged from safety to stand with me, at the future we were trying to build. We need to vote, I said. This affects everyone here. We decide together. What followed was the most intense discussion I'd ever been part of. Arguments for and against registration flew fast and furious, some wolves seeing it as selling out to the council, others seeing it as the only path to survival, still others simply exhausted and willing to accept any compromise that didn't end in death. Through it all, I felt their emotions warring: fear, hope, anger, desperation. Finally, after what felt like hours but was probably only 30 minutes, we voted. The result was narrow, but clear. We would accept registration, would take legitimacy with accountability over continued exile. I would bet that working within the system could change it more effectively than fighting from outside. I turned to Elder Merrick, my voice steady despite the enormity of what I was about to say. We accept your compromise. We'll register with the council as a recognized organization. But we have conditions. You're hardly in a position to make demands. We demand that registration include protections against elimination without trial. That council oversight includes wolves from our community, not just enforcers who see us as threats. That any regulations applied to us apply equally to traditional packs and organizations. I held his gaze. We'll accept accountability, but we won't accept discrimination dressed up as oversight. Elder Merrick considered this, then nodded slowly. Those conditions are reasonable. I'll include them in my official recommendation to King Aldrich and the council. He glanced at Theron, who'd been silent throughout the entire exchange. Enforcer Blackwater, do you have objections to this compromise? Theron studied me for a long moment, his amber eyes unreadable. No objections, he finally said. Miss Thorne has proven herself pragmatic. I believe formal registration may actually serve the council's interests better than continued suppression. Then it settled. Elder Merrick gestured to his assistant, who began drawing up formal documents. This alliance will be officially recognized as, what shall we call you? I looked at the wolves behind me. Stormcallers and Shadow Walkers, Thornbloods and Mind Shields, forbidden bloodlines who'd survived 200 years of persecution and were finally being allowed to exist openly. The Forgotten Covenant, I said. Because we're the bloodlines the council tried to erase. But we're not forgotten anymore. The Forgotten Covenant, Elder Merrick repeated, approval in his voice. So be it. Welcome to legitimacy. Try not to prove the council right about forbidden bloodlines being too dangerous to trust. As he began the formal registration process, as wolves around me celebrated surviving what should have been our annihilation, as Darius pulled me into an embrace that spoke of relief and pride in equal measure, I felt something shift. We'd done it. We'd stood against council authority and survived. We'd forced them to recognize us as legitimate instead of eliminating us as threats. We'd proven that solidarity could protect us better than hiding ever had. But as I caught Theron's gaze across the distance, saw something calculating in his expression, I knew this wasn't over. We'd won the battle. But the war for forbidden bloodlines' right to exist had only just begun. The Forgotten Covenant was born. And with it, the first legitimate challenge to council authority in 2 centuries. But legitimacy came with complications. And some wolves weren't ready to accept that forbidden bloodlines deserved to exist, registered or not. The real fight was just beginning. Chapter 12. The Price of Legitimacy. 3 weeks after the Forgotten Covenant's registration, I learned that legitimacy was its own kind of prison. The warehouse had been transformed into an official headquarters, complete with council-mandated security systems, registered member logs, and monthly oversight inspections. We'd gained legal standing, but we'd lost the freedom to operate without constant scrutiny. Every wolf who joined us had to register their abilities with the council. Every training session had to be documented. Every use of forbidden bloodline powers had to be justified and reported. We'd wanted recognition. We'd gotten bureaucracy. This is ridiculous, Calyx fumed, throwing down yet another form that required her to detail exactly how she'd used storm manipulation during yesterday's training. I have to write a 5-page justification for teaching a young storm caller how to sense atmospheric pressure? This isn't oversight, it's harassment. It's the price we agreed to pay, I said tiredly, working through my own stack of required documentation. As the Covenant's official leader, a title I'd never wanted but somehow acquired, I had to approve every form, every report, every piece of paperwork the council demanded. Then maybe we paid too much. She slumped into a chair, exhaustion bleeding through her emotional signature. 3 weeks, Azria. 3 weeks of legitimate existence, and I'm already wondering if hiding was actually better. At least when I was a rogue, I didn't have to justify my existence to bureaucrats every 48 hours. Would you rather go back to running? Sleeping with one eye open? Never knowing if today was the day council enforcers finally tracked you down.
No.
But I'd rather not feel like we traded one kind of prison for another. She gestured at the mountain of paperwork covering our headquarters. This isn't freedom. This is in compliance with better lighting. I couldn't argue because she was right. The Covenant had grown to nearly 80 members in 3 weeks, forbidden bloodlines emerging from hiding, drawn by the promise of safety in numbers and legal protection. But with each new member came more documentation, more oversight, more council inspections that felt less like standard procedure and more like wolves searching for excuses to shut us down. And then there was Theron. The enforcer had appointed himself as our primary council liaison, which meant he was at our headquarters constantly, observing, evaluating, making notes about everything we did with the kind of attention that made everyone nervous. He's looking for violations, Riven said, appearing at my shoulder with his usual uncanny stealth. Searching for any excuse to classify us as a threat despite the registration. One mistake, one wolf who loses control during training, one use of abilities the council deems inappropriate, and we're done. I know. I'd been sensing Theron's intentions through my Thornblood abilities every time he visited. He wasn't just observing, he was hunting. Looking for proof that forbidden bloodlines couldn't be trusted even with legitimate standing. But what choice do we have? We agreed to accountability. We can't cry foul when they actually hold us accountable. There's accountability, and then there's setting standards so high that failure is inevitable. Riven's voice was hard. Theron wants us to fail, Azria. He's building a case against us one inspection report at a time. Then we don't give him ammunition. I signed another form, filed another report, played the game we'd agreed to play when we'd accepted registration. We follow every rule perfectly, document everything meticulously, and prove that forbidden bloodlines can operate within council oversight without becoming the threats they claim we are. And how long can we maintain that? Viola asked, joining our conversation. How long before someone makes a mistake? Before a young bloodline loses control during training? Before the pressure of constant surveillance makes one of us snap? As long as it takes. But my voice lacked conviction. Because I felt what she felt, the strain of performance, of constantly being watched, of knowing that one wrong move could destroy everything we'd built. Before anyone could respond, Darius entered the headquarters with an expression that made my stomach drop. We have a problem, he said without preamble. A big one. The problem, as Darius explained it, was named Oriva Nightshade. She's been building a coalition, he said, spreading documents across our planning table. Other alphas who resent the Covenant's existence, who see forbidden bloodlines as threats despite the registration, who want us dismantled before we become too powerful to control. How many? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. 15 territories so far. Mostly smaller packs led by conservative alphas, but she's making progress with some larger territories too. He pointed to names on his list, some I recognized, others I'd never heard of. They're calling themselves the Purity Alliance. Their stated goal is to pressure the Council into revoking the Covenant's registration and returning to the old policies of forbidden bloodline suppression. Of course they are. Calyx's hands crackled with barely restrained lightning. We can't just exist. We have to fight for that right constantly. It gets worse. Darius pulled out another document. Oriva has convinced Alpha Kalen to formally petition the Council for a review of the Covenant's registration. They're arguing that 3 weeks isn't enough time to determine if forbidden bloodlines can actually self-regulate, and that Elder Marek's decision was premature. Can they do that? Riven asked. The registration is official, witnessed, legally binding. Everything's subject to review if enough powerful voices demand it. Darius's expression was grim. And Oriva has been very effective at convincing other alphas that the Covenant represents an existential threat to traditional pack structures. She's making this about preserving shifter culture, protecting the hierarchy, maintaining order in the face of dangerous change. She's making this about revenge, I corrected. I cost her a mate and a political alliance. She wants me destroyed, and she's willing to take down every forbidden bloodline in the process just to make that happen. Probably, Darius agreed. But her motivations don't matter if she succeeds. The council review is scheduled for 2 weeks from now. King Aldrich himself will preside, and he'll hear arguments from both sides about whether the Covenant should continue to exist. The weight of that settled over the room like a physical presence. 2 weeks. We had 2 weeks to prove that forbidden bloodlines deserve to exist, or everything we'd built would be dismantled and we'd return to being hunted targets instead of registered citizens. What do they want? Viola asked quietly. What would constitute proof that we're not the threat Oriva claims? That's the problem. They haven't specified criteria. Darius ran a hand through his hair in frustration. It's deliberately vague. They want evidence that forbidden bloodlines can operate safely and beneficially within a shifter society, but they won't define what that evidence should look like. Which means no matter what we do, they can claim it's insufficient. It's a trap, Hadrian said, his mind shield abilities probably sensing the manipulation inherent in the situation. They're setting us up to fail by refusing to establish clear success metrics. No matter how well we perform, they can move the goalposts and claim we haven't proven ourselves adequately. So, what do we do? A young dream walker asked, fear thick in her voice. How do we prove something when the judges have already decided we're guilty? Everyone looked at me. Waiting for leadership, I still didn't feel qualified to provide. I closed my eyes, reaching out with my Thornblood abilities to sense the emotional currents in the room. Fear, yes. Anger. Frustration. But also determination. These wolves had fought too hard for legitimacy to surrender it without a fight. We changed the narrative, I said slowly, an idea forming. Oriva wants this to be about whether forbidden bloodlines are dangerous. We make it about what we can contribute, what we offer that traditional packs don't. And what exactly do we offer? Calyx asked. Everything the council eliminated during the purges. I started pacing, the plan crystallizing. Stormcallers who can prevent weather disasters. Thornbloods who can mediate conflicts before they escalate to violence. Shadow walkers who can gather intelligence without being detected. Mind shields who can protect vulnerable wolves from trauma and manipulation. We offer specialized services, Riven said, understanding Dawn. Make ourselves too valuable to eliminate. Exactly. The purges were easy to justify when forbidden bloodlines were framed as threats with no benefit. But if we can demonstrate concrete value, if we can solve problems that traditional packs can't, then the cost-benefit analysis changes. That's clever. Viola's expression was calculating, but it requires actually doing something significant in 2 weeks. Something visible enough that even hostile alphas can't deny our value. Then we find a problem that needs solving. I turned to Darius. What's the biggest crisis currently facing shifter territories? What keeps alphas awake at night? He thought for a moment. Human encroachment. There's a development company that's been buying up land adjacent to several pack territories, getting too close to areas where we run during full moons. It's only a matter of time before humans witness something they shouldn't, and then we have an exposure crisis that could endanger every pack in the region. Can't the affected packs just buy the land themselves? Hadrian asked. They tried. The development company has backing from investors with apparently unlimited funds, and they've outbid every pack attempt to purchase the land. Darius pulled out a map showing the affected areas. 3 territories are at risk, Silvercrest included. We've been trying to solve this for months with no success. What if forbidden bloodline solved it? I asked. What if we used our abilities to resolve a crisis that traditional packs can't handle? How would we even? Calyx started. Shadow walkers gather intelligence on the development company. I interrupted. Ideas flowing faster now. Find out who's really funding them, what their actual goals are, where their vulnerabilities lie. Thornblood sensed the emotional motivations of the key players, figure out what they actually want. Mind shields protect the negotiations from outside manipulation. Storm callers prevent any convenient weather that might speed up development. You want to use forbidden bloodline abilities to commit corporate espionage and manipulation, Riven said, though he sounded impressed rather than concerned. I want to use our abilities to protect shifter territories the way we were meant to before the council decided we were too dangerous to exist. I looked around the room at wolves who'd spent decades hiding what they could do. This is what Thornbloods were for, mediating complex conflicts. What Shadow Walkers were for, gathering information to protect their packs. What every forbidden bloodline was originally meant to do before we were reframed as threats. It's risky, Viola warned. If we're caught using abilities on humans, it violates about 17 different shifter laws. And if we succeed in solving a crisis that's been plaguing multiple territories for months, it proves we're valuable rather than dangerous. I met each wolf's gaze in turn. We have 2 weeks to demonstrate that forbidden bloodlines deserve to exist. This is how we do it, by being so useful that even our enemies can't justify eliminating us. Silence fell as everyone processed the plan. Then Calyx started laughing. It's insane. Completely, utterly insane. Her smile was fierce. I love it. When do we start? Tonight. I turned to Riven. How many Shadow Walkers can you mobilize? All of them. Every Shadow Walker in the Covenant will volunteer for this. We've been waiting for a chance to prove we're more than just assassins and spies. Hadrian, I need mind shields who can protect sensitive negotiations from external influence. You have them. Viola, we'll need advanced Thornblood techniques for reading the development company's leadership, sensing what they actually want beneath what they say they want. I'll prepare the training protocols. One by one, every forbidden bloodline in the room volunteered their abilities for what might be the most important mission in our brief legitimate existence. Prove we were valuable. Prove we deserved to exist. Prove that the purges had eliminated gifts shifter society desperately needed rather than threats it needed to suppress. There's one problem, Darius said quietly. Theron. He'll be watching for any use of abilities he can classify as inappropriate. If you're caught using Thornblood powers on humans, using Shadow Walker abilities for corporate espionage, he'll have the justification he needs to shut down the Covenant immediately. Then we don't get caught. I felt the weight of what I was asking settling onto my shoulders. And if we do get caught, we make sure the results are too impressive for even the Council to ignore. You're betting everything on one operation, Darius warned. If this fails, we're going to lose anyway. I touched his hand, feeling the mate bond pulse warmly between us. Oriva and her Purity Alliance were always going to find reasons to shut us down. At least this way, we go down fighting. We prove that forbidden bloodlines can solve problems traditional packs can't. And maybe, if we're very lucky and very good, we survive long enough to actually change how shifter society views us. He pulled me closer, his forehead resting against mine. You know I'm with you. Whatever happens, whatever this costs, I'm with you. I know. That's the only reason I have the courage to try something this insane. As the Covenant began preparing for an operation that would either legitimize us or destroy us, As Shadow Walkers started gathering intelligence, and Thornbloods prepared advanced empathic techniques, as every forbidden bloodline in our alliance committed to proving their worth, I felt the familiar weight of leadership pressing down. 80 wolves were trusting me to make the right call. Their futures, their safety, their very existence depended on this working. No pressure. Riven returned 3 days later with intelligence that changed everything. The development company is a front, he announced, spreading documents across our planning table. The real buyer is a hunting corporation that specializes in exotic game. They're not developing the land. They're planning to turn it into a private hunting preserve for wealthy humans who pay premium prices to hunt wild animals. They're going to hunt us, Calyx said, horror dawning. They're creating a hunting ground specifically designed to attract shifters, and they're going to charge humans to hunt us without ever telling them what they're actually killing. Hadrian struggled for words. That's genocide for profit. That's why they have unlimited funding, I said, pieces falling into place. Because the profit margin on hunting shifters, selling it as hunting rare wolves, would be astronomical. And the humans paying for it would never know they were committing murder rather than sport hunting. We need to expose this. Viola's voice was hard. Alert the council. Get this operation shut down immediately. With what evidence? Riven asked. Shadow Walker intelligence gathered through illegal surveillance. Thornblood readings of human emotional states obtained without consent. Everything we've learned violates shifter laws about interfering with human affairs. So we can't report it without incriminating ourselves, Darius said slowly. And if we don't report it, 3 territories worth of shifters are about to become prey for humans who think they're just hunting particularly clever wolves. Unless we stop it ourselves. I looked at the assembled leaders. We have 12 days until the council review. 12 days to shut down this hunting operation, protect the territories at risk, and prove that forbidden bloodlines are valuable assets rather than threats.
How?
Calyx demanded. We can't expose them without exposing ourselves. Can't use our abilities on humans without violating the laws that barely tolerate our existence. We use humans against humans. The plan was forming even as I spoke. Shadow Walkers gather evidence of the hunting corporation's real plans, documentation that proves they're lying to investors that the exotic game they're selling is actually protected wildlife. We leak that evidence to human authorities and environmental groups who can shut them down legally. That's actually brilliant, Hadrian said slowly. We stopped the threat without ever revealing that shifters were the real targets. The hunting corporation gets prosecuted for wildlife violations, the development stops, the territories are protected, and we've solved the crisis without breaking shifter law. There's still risk, Darius warned. Shadow Walkers gathering evidence requires infiltrating human facilities. If you're caught, we won't be caught. That's what Shadow Walkers do. Operate undetected. Riven's confidence was absolute. Give us 1 week, and we'll have everything you need to destroy this operation. 1 week. I looked around at wolves who'd survived 2 centuries of persecution, who'd been forced into hiding, who'd finally been given a chance at legitimate existence, and were now being told to prove they deserved it. 1 week to gather evidence, build a case, and stop humans from hunting shifters for sport. And then we present the results at the council review, demonstrating that forbidden bloodlines can solve existential threats traditional packs can't handle. And if it doesn't work, the young Dreamwalker asked quietly, if we suspend the hunting operation but the council still revokes our registration, then at least we saved 3 territories from becoming hunting grounds. I touched my mother's pendant, feeling its familiar weight. And at least we proved, to ourselves if no one else, that we're not the threats the council claims. That we're protectors, problem solvers, wolves who use our abilities for the benefit of our communities rather than personal gain. That's a lot of optimism for someone whose entire existence is being reviewed by wolves who want us eliminated, Calyx observed. That's a lot of determination from someone who refuses to go back to hiding. I met her eyes. We fought for legitimacy. Now we fight to keep it together. The operation began that night. Shadow Walkers disappeared into the darkness, infiltrating the hunting corporation's facilities with skills honed through decades of avoiding detection. Thornbloods used their abilities to sense which humans were complicit in the scheme versus which were ignorant employees who could be turned into whistleblowers. Mind shields protected our operatives from discovery, creating mental blind spots that made even security cameras seem to skip over our presence. It was the largest coordinated use of forbidden bloodline abilities since before the purges. And every moment, I felt Theron's watchful presence, the enforcer who'd been observing our headquarters constantly, looking for violations, building his case against us. If he discovered what we were doing before we completed the operation, the Covenant was finished. But if we succeeded, we might actually prove that forbidden bloodlines deserve to exist. That the purges had been mistakes. That shifter society needed us rather than feared us. The clock was ticking. And everything we'd fought for hung in the balance. 7 days until the council review. 7 days to stop a hunting operation designed to kill shifters. 7 days to prove our worth or lose everything. The final test was beginning. And failure meant more than just losing our registration. It meant proving the council right about forbidden bloodlines being too dangerous to trust. Chapter 13. The Evidence. 6 days until the council review. The warehouse headquarters had become a command center for the most ambitious operation in forbidden bloodline history. Maps covered every wall, showing the hunting corporation's facilities, the endangered territories, human law enforcement jurisdictions, and potential exposure points. Shadow walkers returned each night with new intelligence, financial records, emails between executives, photographs of the hunting preserve being constructed with features specifically designed to funnel shifters into kill zones. It was worse than we'd thought. They're not just targeting random shifters, Riven reported, his usually calm demeanor cracked with fury. They have a priority list. Specific pack members they've identified through surveillance as particularly large or impressive specimens. They're literally treating us like trophy animals. He spread photographs across the table, surveillance images of wolves from all 3 threatened territories. Running during full moons, hunting in their territory, living their lives completely unaware they were being cataloged for slaughter. One photograph made my blood run cold. It was Darius mid-shift, his massive black wolf form caught in perfect detail by a long-range camera. Alpha Specimen A, read the notation beneath the image. Premium pricing tier. Estimated trophy value, $500,000. They've been watching us for months, Darius said, his voice dangerously quiet. Photographing us, studying our patterns, calculating which pack members would fetch the highest prices from wealthy hunters. Not just watching. Hadrian pulled up digital files on his laptop. They've been bribing local officials to look the other way, paying off environmental inspections that should have stopped the development, and creating shell companies to hide the money trail. This operation has been in planning for at least 2 years. 2 years of preparing to hunt us, and no one noticed? Calyx's hands crackled with lightning. How is that possible? Because they were careful. Because they hid behind legitimate business fronts. Because humans don't believe shifters exist, so they never thought to look for evidence of a supernatural hunting operation. Viola's expression was grim. And because traditional pack security focuses on protecting against other shifters, not against humans with cameras and hunting permits. This is exactly what forbidden bloodlines were meant to prevent, I said, studying the evidence. Shadow walkers should have detected the surveillance. Thornbloods should have sensed hostile human intentions near our territories. Stormcallers should have noticed unusual equipment being installed. We should have caught this before it got this far. We weren't there to catch it because the Council eliminated most of us 70 years ago, Riven countered. This is what happens when you systematically remove the wolves whose abilities are specialized in external threat detection. Traditional packs are great at defending against shifter enemies, but they're blind to human dangers. He was right, and the implications were staggering. The purges hadn't just eliminated individual bloodlines. They'd eliminated entire categories of protection that shifter society desperately needed in an increasingly human-dominated world. How much evidence do we have? I asked, forcing myself to focus on the immediate problem. Enough to destroy them 10 times over. Hadrian pulled up file after file. financial fraud, environmental violations, conspiracy to commit illegal hunting, bribery, falsified permits. The hunting corporation broke so many human laws setting this up that prosecutors will fight over who gets to build their career on this case. Then we leak it, anonymously, through channels that can't be traced back to us. I started organizing the evidence into packages that could be delivered to different authorities. Environmental groups get the wildlife violations. Federal prosecutors get the financial fraud. State authorities get the bribery evidence. We hit them from every direction simultaneously so they can't cover up or destroy evidence. That still leaves the question of how we leaked this without revealing how we obtained it, Darius pointed out. Human authorities will want to know where this information came from. If they investigate the source, they'll find a concerned citizen who noticed suspicious activity and did some perfectly legal amateur investigation. I pulled up a fake identity that Hadrian's mind shield abilities had helped create. Someone who lives near the development site, who got curious about what was being built, who started asking questions and discovered more than they expected. That's clever, Viola admitted. But it requires maintaining the deception if human authorities follow up. Can we sustain a fake identity under that kind of scrutiny? We won't have to. Once the evidence is out there, the hunting corporation becomes the focus of investigation, not the source of the leak. Riven's confidence was absolute. Humans are very good at getting distracted by obvious crimes. We just need to give them enough to chase that they never look back at where it came from. 4 days, I said, checking the calendar. We leaked the evidence in 4 days, giving human authorities just enough time to begin prosecutions before our council review. Then we present the results: 3 territories saved, a threat eliminated, all without exposing shifter existence or violating laws about interfering with humans. And if Theron discovers what we're doing before then? Calyx asked. Then we're finished.
I didn't sugarcoat it.
Everything we've built, everyone who's trusted us, all of it ends. Theron is looking for any excuse to prove forbidden bloodlines can't be trusted. Using our abilities in a complex operation involving humans, corporate espionage, and evidence manipulation would give him everything he needs. So, we don't let him discover it. Darius's alpha authority filled the room. For the next 4 days, this headquarters maintains the appearance of normal operations. Documentation, training sessions, oversight, compliance. Everything the council expects to see. The actual operation happens elsewhere, conducted by wolves Theron hasn't been monitoring as closely. That means most of the leadership stays here, visible and accounted for, Hadrian said, while younger, less prominent members execute the actual evidence leak. I hated the idea of sending others into danger while I stayed safe, but strategically it made sense. Theron watched me constantly, observed Darius's interactions, and monitored the prominent members of the Covenant. Younger wolves who hadn't yet drawn significant attention could move more freely. We need volunteers, I announced to the assembled Covenant members. Wolves willing to execute a high-risk operation that could either save us all or destroy everything if it goes wrong. No one will judge you for declining. This isn't a requirement. It's a request for those brave enough to try. Every hand in the room went up. Every single one. Even the youngest dreamwalker, who'd been terrified just days ago, raised her hand with determination blazing in her eyes. We're all in, she said simply. You've given us hope that forbidden bloodlines can exist openly. We're not letting that hope die without a fight. The weight of their trust was crushing and inspiring in equal measure. Then we begin. I started assigning roles: shadow walkers to deliver evidence packages, Thornbloods to monitor human emotional responses and ensure the leaks were being taken seriously, mind shields to protect operatives from detection. 4 days. We execute perfectly. We expose the hunting operation, we save 3 territories, and we prove to the Council that forbidden bloodlines are essential assets rather than threats to be eliminated. As the Covenant dispersed to prepare, as plans solidified into action, as wolves who'd spent decades hiding what they were prepared to use those abilities to protect their communities, I felt something shift. This wasn't just about surviving the council review anymore. This was about proving that the purges had been wrong, that eliminating forbidden bloodlines had weakened rather than strengthened shifter society. that we offered protection and solutions that traditional pacts couldn't provide on their own. This was about reclaiming our purpose. 3 days until the council review. The evidence packages were ready. Shadow Walkers had identified the perfect moment to deliver them, a coordinated leak timed to hit every relevant authority simultaneously, preventing the hunting corporation from getting ahead of the scandal. But then Theron showed up at headquarters with 20 enforcers and an expression that made my stomach drop. "Miss Thorne," he said formally, his amber eyes cold. "I need to speak with you privately. Now. Whatever you need to say can be said in front of my covenant." This is not a request. His alpha power flooded the warehouse, making even the strongest among us want to submit. Private conversation. Immediately. Or I shut down this entire operation right now and drag every one of you in for council interrogation. Darius stepped forward, his own alpha power rising to meet Theron's. "You have no authority." "I have every authority when I suspect forbidden bloodlines are engaging in activities that violate the terms of their registration." Theron pulled out an official document. "This is a council order granting me emergency oversight powers based on credible intelligence that the Forgotten Covenant is planning illegal operations. So, private conversation with Miss Thorne, or I execute this order and we discover exactly what you've all been planning." My heart hammered against my ribs. He knew. Somehow, despite all our precautions, Theron knew we were planning something. "Fine," I said, forcing my voice to remain steady. "Private conversation. But Darius stays with me." "Acceptable." Theron gestured to a side office. "After you." The walk to that office felt like a march to execution. Through the mate bond, I felt Darius's protective fury and his calculation about whether fighting Theron would actually help or just confirm we had something to hide. The office door closed behind us, and Theron's professional mask cracked. "What the hell are you planning?" he demanded, his composure shattering. "I know you're preparing something major. I know Shadow Walkers have been leaving headquarters every night. I know you've been gathering intelligence on something significant. What are you doing?" I made a split-second decision. Trust him with the truth, or maintain the deception and risk him shutting us down before we could execute. "There's a hunting corporation," I said, choosing honesty. "They've been planning to turn 3 shifter territories into a private hunting preserve where wealthy humans pay to kill us without knowing what they're actually hunting. We discovered it, gathered evidence, and we're planning to leak that evidence to human authorities who can shut them down legally." Theron stared at me for a long moment. "You're using forbidden bloodline abilities to conduct corporate espionage and evidence gathering against humans. We're using our abilities to prevent 3 territories worth of shifters from being hunted to extinction for profit." I held his gaze. "Isn't that exactly what you wanted? Proof that forbidden bloodlines can contribute meaningfully to shifter society." "I wanted you to stay within the law. The law doesn't account for humans planning to hunt us. The law doesn't provide any mechanism for protecting territories from threats we can't publicly acknowledge because doing so would expose our existence." My voice rose despite my best efforts to stay calm. "You want us to prove we're valuable, but you've created a system where any actual use of our abilities violates some regulation or restriction. We can't win, Theron. That's the point. You've designed oversight so restrictive that failure is inevitable. Because unrestricted use of forbidden bloodline abilities leads to Azria-level disasters. Azria happened because you tortured her. Because the council pushed her until she broke and then used her breakdown as justification for genocide." I stepped closer, my Thornblood abilities flaring despite my exhaustion. "You want to know why I'm risking everything on this operation? Because if we don't prove we're essential, the council will eliminate us eventually anyway. Slowly, through restrictive regulations and impossible standards, but just as thoroughly as the purge is accomplished. So yes, I'm using forbidden bloodline abilities in ways that technically violate oversight terms. Because it's the only way to demonstrate our actual value." Theron was silent, his amber eyes searching my face. "If this operation fails," he said quietly, "I'll have no choice but to recommend revoking your registration. The Covenant will be disbanded, and every member will face individual assessment for continued threat level. And if it succeeds, If it succeeds. He ran a hand through his hair, looking suddenly exhausted. If you actually pull this off, stop a major threat, protect 3 territories, do it all without exposing shifter existence, then I'll have to admit that perhaps forbidden bloodlines do offer value that traditional packs lack. That's not exactly a ringing endorsement. It's the best you're going to get from a council enforcer whose job is maintaining order. He moved toward the door, then paused. The evidence leak is scheduled for tomorrow night, isn't it? That's why you're all so tense. That's the timeline you're working against. I didn't confirm or deny, but my silence was enough. Then I suggest you execute flawlessly, Theron said. Because I'll be watching. And if anything goes wrong, if shifter existence is threatened, if humans die, if this operation spirals into the kind of chaos that justifies council fears, I'll shut you down so fast you won't have time to appeal. He left, closing the door softly behind him. I sagged against the desk, an adrenaline crash hitting hard. He knows, I whispered. He knows everything, and he's letting us proceed anyway. Because he wants to see if we succeed, Darius said, his voice thoughtful. This is a test, Azria. Not just for the council review, but for Theron personally. He's trying to decide if forbidden bloodlines can be trusted, and he's giving us one chance to prove it. One chance. And if we fail, we don't fail. His arms came around me, solid and reassuring. We execute perfectly. We stop the hunting operation, we save 3 territories, and we prove to Theron and the Council that eliminating forbidden bloodlines was the biggest mistake Shifter Society ever made. I leaned into his strength, letting the mate bond settle my racing heart. Tomorrow night, I said. Tomorrow night, we either validate everything we've been fighting for, or we lose everything. Then tomorrow night, we win. The evidence leak happened at midnight. Shadow Walkers delivered packages to federal prosecutors, environmental groups, state wildlife authorities, and investigative journalists simultaneously. Thornbloods monitored the emotional responses, ensuring the evidence was being taken seriously rather than dismissed. Mind shields protected our operatives from detection, creating blind spots in security systems and human awareness. It was the most coordinated use of forbidden bloodline abilities in 2 centuries. And for 3 hours, I held my breath waiting for something to go wrong. But nothing did. By dawn, the hunting corporation was national news. Federal agents were executing search warrants. Environmental groups were calling for criminal prosecutions. Investors were fleeing the scandal. The entire operation was collapsing under the weight of evidence that appeared to come from a concerned citizen but had actually been gathered by abilities the human world didn't believe existed. 3 shifter territories were saved. A threat eliminated. All without exposing our existence or causing human casualties. We'd done it. The council review is in 48 hours, Viola said as we watched news coverage of the scandal. This is what we present. Concrete evidence that forbidden bloodlines protected shifter interests when traditional packs couldn't. Proof of our value. If they accept it, Calyx said cautiously, Oriva's Purity Alliance will argue we violated oversight terms by using abilities on humans. Let them argue. I felt something like confidence stirring. We have results. 3 territories saved, a major threat eliminated, and we did it by being exactly what Thornbloods were always meant to be, wolves who sense dangers before they materialize and neutralize them before they become crises. That's assuming the Council values results over compliance, Riven warned. Then we make them value the results. Darius's alpha authority filled his voice. We present this operation as proof that the purges eliminated essential capabilities. That forbidden bloodlines aren't luxuries Shifter Society can do without. They're necessities for surviving in an increasingly human-dominated world. The next 48 hours passed in a blur of preparation. We documented everything. The hunting operations plans, the evidence we'd gathered, the methods we'd used, the results we'd achieved. Built a presentation that framed forbidden bloodline abilities, not as threats, but as specialized tools for protecting shifter interests in modern contexts. And through it all, I felt Theron watching, evaluating, deciding whether we'd proven ourselves or confirmed his worst fears. The council review would determine everything. But for the first time since we'd accepted registration, I felt like we actually had a chance. Not because we'd followed every rule perfectly, but because we'd proven that forbidden bloodlines could solve problems that traditional pacts couldn't. And maybe, just maybe, that would be enough. The council review was 24 hours away. 24 hours to prepare our case. 24 hours until we learned if forbidden bloodlines would be allowed to exist. Or if the purges would resume under different names but with the same deadly results. Everything we'd fought for came down to one presentation. One chance to prove our worth. One opportunity to change 2 centuries of policy. The final battle was beginning. And this time, we were fighting with evidence instead of claws. Chapter 14. The Reckoning. The council chambers were designed to intimidate. Built into the heart of the royal territory, the circular room rose 3 stories high with ancient stone walls that had witnessed 2 centuries of shifter law. Tiered seating surrounded a central platform where those being judged stood exposed to the scrutiny of dozens of powerful alphas, council members, and royal observers. I stood on that platform with the leadership of the Forgotten Covenant beside me, Darius, Vaila, Riven, Calyx, Hadrian, and felt the weight of hundreds of eyes evaluating our right to exist. King Aldrich presided from his throne at the highest tier, his ancient face unreadable. Elder Merrick sat at his right hand, the wolf who'd granted us registration now tasked with determining if that decision had been justified. And arrayed throughout the chamber were the alphas who would vote on our fate, including Oriva Nightshade and her father Kalen, both wearing expressions of anticipated victory. This review is called to order. King Aldrich's voice resonated through the chamber with supernatural clarity. We are here to determine whether the Forgotten Covenant's registration should be maintained, revised, or revoked. The petitioners, led by Alpha Kalen Nightshade of the Western Territories, will present their case first. Kalen rose, moving to a speaking platform with the confidence of someone who believed victory was assured. Your Majesty, honored council members, fellow alphas, he began, his voice smooth and persuasive. 3 weeks ago, this council made a decision that many of us viewed with concern. Against centuries of precedent, against the wisdom earned through painful experience, you granted legal recognition to wolves carrying bloodlines that were eliminated for very good reasons. He paused, letting that sink in. The Thornbloods, whose abilities to manipulate emotions and bonds drove entire packs to madness. The Shadow Walkers, whose skills in assassination and espionage made them untraceable killers. The Stormcallers, who weaponized weather to kill thousands. These bloodlines weren't eliminated out of prejudice. They were eliminated out of necessity, after repeated demonstrations that their powers were too dangerous, too easily abused, too fundamentally destabilizing for a peaceful, shifter society. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the assembled alphas. We were told that times had changed, Kalen continued. That modern oversight could prevent the abuses of the past. That registration and accountability would allow forbidden bloodlines to exist safely within our communities. His voice hardened. But in just 3 weeks, the Forgotten Covenant has already demonstrated exactly why these bloodlines were purged in the first place. He activated a display showing surveillance footage, our headquarters, wolves training with their abilities, shadow walkers disappearing into darkness, Thornbloods practicing empathic manipulation. This is not a peaceful existence, Kalen declared. This is military training. The systematic development of abilities specifically designed to influence, manipulate, and control others. They claim to want integration, but what they're actually building is a private army of wolves with powers that traditional packs cannot defend against. That's a lie, I started to say, but Elder Merrick held up a hand. You'll have your chance to respond, Miss Thorne. For now, let the petitioner finish. Kalen smiled, sensing the advantage. But their training is only the beginning of our concerns. We have evidence, gathered by council observers, that the Forgotten Covenant has been conducting operations outside the oversight terms of their registration. Shadow Walkers have been observed leaving headquarters on unexplained missions. Thornbloods have been practicing advanced manipulation techniques far beyond what's necessary for peaceful community integration. And most damning of all, He pulled up new footage, and my heart sank. It was our operatives, delivering evidence packages to human authorities. Shadow walkers moving through human facilities. Thornbloods using abilities to influence human emotional states. All the illegal actions we'd taken to stop the hunting operation, captured on surveillance we'd never detected. They've been using forbidden bloodline abilities on humans, Kalen announced, and the chamber erupted in shocked murmurs. In direct violation of our most sacred laws about protecting our existence from human discovery, they've been conducting espionage, manipulation, and interference in human affairs, exactly the kind of reckless behavior that makes exposure inevitable and catastrophic. Your Majesty, this is exactly what we feared when registration was granted. Forbidden bloodlines cannot be trusted to self-regulate, cannot be allowed to operate even with oversight, cannot be permitted to exist within a shifter society without bringing disaster down upon us all. He turned to face us directly, his expression one of righteous conviction. I petition this council to revoke the Forgotten Covenant's registration immediately, to disband this organization before their reckless actions expose our existence to humanity, and to return to the policies that kept us safe for 200 years, policies that recognize some abilities are simply too dangerous to permit, regardless of good intentions. The chamber fell silent as Kalen returned to his seat, satisfaction radiating from him. We were finished. He documented our illegal operations, framed our protective actions as reckless endangerment, and positioned himself as the voice of reason protecting shifter society from catastrophe. Miss Thorne, King Aldrich said, his ancient eyes unreadable. You may present your response. I stepped forward, feeling 80 lives depending on what I said next. Feeling the weight of 2 centuries of persecution, of my mother's sacrifice, of every forbidden bloodline wolf who'd been eliminated for the crime of possessing abilities others feared. Your Majesty, honored council, assembled alphas, I began, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Alpha Kalen is correct about one thing. We did use forbidden bloodline abilities on humans. We did conduct operations outside our headquarters. We did take actions that technically violated the restrictive oversight terms of our registration. Shocked murmurs filled the chamber. Oriva's smile widened with triumph. But before you revoke our registration based on that truth, I ask you to consider why we took those actions. What threat we were addressing. What we discovered that traditional pack security completely missed. I activated our own presentation, and the chamber fell silent as images filled the displays. Surveillance photographs of shifters being cataloged for hunting. Financial records proving the hunting operation scope. Emails discussing premium specimen pricing. Maps showing exactly how 3 territories were being converted into killing grounds. For 2 years, I said quietly, a hunting corporation was preparing to kill us. Planning to charge wealthy humans $500,000 to hunt and kill shifters without ever telling them what they were actually killing. 3 territories, including Silvercrest, including Western territories under Alpha Kalen's own protection, were targeted. Hundreds of pack members were photographed, evaluated, and assigned trophy values based on their size and coloring. I pulled up the image of Darius, the notation beneath it clear. Alpha Specimen A, Premium Pricing Tier. Your son, Alpha Kalen, I said, looking directly at him. Alpha Kalen's heir was photographed and valued at $350,000. He was on the priority hunting list. The corporation planned to lure him specifically because killing an Alpha's son would generate publicity that would drive up prices for future hunts. The color drained from Kalen's face. Traditional pack security never detected this threat. Didn't notice the surveillance, didn't catch the infrastructure being built, didn't identify the danger until it was weeks away from becoming operational. My voice strengthened. Do you know why? Because traditional packs are designed to defend against other shifters, against territorial challenges and political conflicts and threats we understand. But we're not equipped to identify human dangers that hide behind legitimate business operations and legal permits. I gestured to my Covenant members. Shadow Walkers detected the surveillance because they understand how to operate undetected, which means they also understand how to detect others operating the same way. Thornblood sensed hostile human intentions because we can read emotional signatures across species boundaries. Stormcallers noticed unusual equipment being installed because they're attuned to atmospheric disruptions that traditional wolves ignore. "You violated laws," Kalen started. "We've violated restrictive oversight terms to prevent a massacre," I interrupted. "And we did it without exposing shifter existence, without causing human casualties, without creating the chaos you claim we're prone to causing. We identified a threat, gathered evidence, and used human legal systems to eliminate that threat before it materialized." I pulled up news coverage of the hunting corporation's collapse, federal agents executing search warrants, executives being arrested, the entire operation being dismantled by human authorities who never knew the real reason they were protecting. This is what forbidden bloodlines can do when allowed to function as we were originally intended. We don't just react to threats. We identify them before they fully develop and neutralize them using the most appropriate methods available. Sometimes that means direct confrontation. Sometimes that means working within existing systems to achieve outcomes that protect our communities. I turn to address the entire chamber. Alpha Kalen argues that we're too dangerous to exist, that our abilities are too easily abused, too fundamentally destabilizing. But I would argue that eliminating us has made shifter society dangerously vulnerable to exactly the kind of threat we just stopped. The purges didn't make us safer. They eliminated our ability to detect and address dangers that traditional pack structures aren't designed to handle. "You're asking us to overlook illegal operations," an alpha in the back called out. "I'm asking you to recognize that the laws were written without accounting for modern threats," I countered. 2 centuries ago, our biggest dangers came from other shifters. Territorial disputes, political conflicts, challenges we could meet with traditional strength and pack unity. But the world has changed. Humans have satellites that can track unusual wildlife patterns, drones that can photograph us from miles away, technology that makes hiding our existence exponentially more difficult. And you need forbidden bloodlines to navigate that changing world. Need shadow walkers who can detect surveillance. Need Thornbloods who can sense hostile human intentions. Need stormcallers who can identify unusual atmospheric monitoring equipment. Need all the abilities you eliminated during the purges because you were fighting yesterday's threats and didn't anticipate tomorrow's challenges. The chamber had gone completely silent, every alpha listening intently now. The hunting operation targeted 3 territories, I continued. But there's nothing stopping another corporation from trying the same thing in different locations. Nothing prevents humans from developing better surveillance technology that could expose our existence. Nothing stopping the modern world from encroaching on our territories in ways that traditional pack security will never detect. Unless you have forbidden bloodlines watching for those threats. Unless you have wolves whose abilities specialize in exactly the kind of detection and prevention that saved 3 territories from becoming hunting grounds. I took a breath, feeling everything coming down to this moment. You can revoke our registration. You can return to the policies of the purges. You can eliminate forbidden bloodlines again and tell yourselves you're protecting a shifter society. I met King Aldrich's ancient eyes. But you'll be eliminating the very wolves who just proved we can protect you from threats you never even knew existed. And the next time a hunting operation starts preparing, the next time human technology threatens to expose us, the next time modern dangers require modern solutions, we won't be there to stop it. Because you'll have eliminated us for the crime of being too effective at protecting our communities. I stepped back, my part finished. Now it was up to the council to decide if survival mattered more than compliance. Silence stretched for several long moments. Then Theron Blackwater rose from his observer's seat. "Your Majesty, if I may?" King Aldrich nodded permission. Theron moved to the speaking platform, his amber eyes finding mine briefly before addressing the chamber. "I am the council's chief enforcer. My job for 30 years has been identifying and eliminating threats to shifter society. I was there during the final purges. I executed wolves whose abilities were deemed too dangerous to permit." His voice was heavy with old guilt. "And I have spent 3 weeks observing the Forgotten Covenant, looking for evidence that they represent the same kind of threat that justified those eliminations." He paused, and I felt the chamber holding its breath. What I found was wolves who are desperately trying to prove they deserve to exist, who have operated under the most restrictive oversight in council history and still managed to contribute meaningfully to community protection, who violated technical regulations to prevent a catastrophe that traditional packs completely missed. Miss Thorne is correct. The world has changed since the purges. Human technology has advanced. Their presence in previously remote areas has increased. The threats we face today are fundamentally different from the threats we faced 2 centuries ago. And the abilities we eliminated during the purges are exactly the abilities we need to address those modern challenges. He turned to face the assembled alphas directly. I came to this review prepared to recommend revoking the Covenant's registration, prepared to argue that forbidden bloodlines cannot be trusted even with oversight. But I cannot make that recommendation in good conscience. Not when they've just demonstrated capabilities that saved hundreds of lives, including the lives of wolves in this very chamber. His eyes found Kaelin. Your son was on that hunting list, Alpha. So was your daughter. The Forgotten Covenant protected them when your own security never detected the threat. That's not dangerous instability. That's exactly the kind of specialized protection modern shifter society desperately needs. Theron returned to his seat, leaving shocked silence in his wake. The council's chief enforcer had just endorsed us. King Aldrich stood, and the entire chamber rose with him out of respect. This council will recess for deliberation, he announced. We will return within the hour with our decision regarding the Forgotten Covenant's registration status. As the assembled alphas filed out to deliberate, as we were escorted to a waiting room to endure the longest hour of our lives, I felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down. We'd made our case, proven our value, demonstrated that forbidden bloodlines could contribute rather than just threaten. But would it be enough? Would 2 centuries of fear and persecution be overcome by one successful operation? Or would Kaelin's arguments about danger and instability carry more weight than our demonstrated results? Whatever happens, Darius said quietly, his hand finding mine, you did everything you could, presented the truth, proved our worth, made them see us as protectors rather than threats. And if they still vote to eliminate us, then we face it together. All of us. He gestured to the Covenant members who'd gathered close. Vaila, Riven, Calyx, Hadrian, and dozens of others who'd risked everything for a chance at legitimate existence. We're back now. Forbidden bloodlines united. Whatever the council decides, they can't take that away from us. Through my empathic abilities, I felt their solidarity, their determination, their absolute refusal to go back to hiding even if the council revoked our registration. We'd changed something fundamental in the past 3 weeks. Proven that forbidden bloodlines could stand together, could protect rather than just survive, could be valuable members of shifter society if given the chance. Whether the council recognized that truth was about to be determined. The hour passed with agonizing slowness. Finally, a guard appeared at the door. The council has reached their decision. You're summoned to hear their verdict. We walked back into the chamber together, 80 forbidden bloodline wolves whose futures hung on whatever King Aldrich was about to announce. The ancient monarch stood at his throne, his expression revealing nothing. The council has deliberated extensively regarding the Forgotten Covenant's registration status, he began. We have considered the arguments presented by both sides, the concerns about rule violations and the evidence of protective actions, the historical precedents and the modern realities, the risks of allowing forbidden bloodlines to exist and the dangers of eliminating specialized capabilities we may need. He paused, and the silence was absolute. By a vote of 37 to 28, with 5 abstentions, the council has decided. My heart hammered against my ribs. Everything we'd fought for came down to this moment. To maintain the Forgotten Covenant's registration with revised oversight terms. Relief flooded through me so intensely, I nearly collapsed. We'd won. However, King Aldrich continued, the council recognizes that the current oversight framework is inadequate for the unique challenges posed by forbidden bloodline abilities. Therefore, we are implementing the following changes to your registration terms. He pulled out a formal document. First, The Forgotten Covenant will be reclassified from a standard organization to a specialized protective service. Your primary function will be identifying and neutralizing threats that traditional pack security is not equipped to handle. This gives you legal authority for the kind of operations you conducted against the hunting corporation, provided they meet certain criteria. Second, oversight will be restructured. Rather than constant surveillance by council enforcers, you will operate with greater autonomy, but with mandatory reporting on all significant operations. You will have the freedom to act, but you will be held accountable for the results of those actions. Third, the Forgotten Covenant will be granted official authority to recruit and train additional forbidden bloodline wolves. Instead of eliminating these bloodlines, we will cultivate them as specialized assets for modern shifter security needs. I could barely process what I was hearing. We hadn't just survived. We'd been legitimized as essential. The council acknowledges, King Aldrich said, his ancient eyes finding mine, that the Purge's eliminated capabilities we now desperately need. This decision represents our commitment to correcting that historical error by integrating forbidden bloodlines as valued members of shifter society rather than threats to be eliminated. He looked around the chamber at the assembled alphas. Let this be clear to all territories. The Forgotten Covenant is now under council protection. Any action against them will be treated as an action against council authority itself. The era of forbidden bloodline persecution is over. We move forward together, or we will inevitably fall separately. The chamber erupted, some alphas cheering, others protesting, most simply stunned by the magnitude of what had just happened. We'd done it. Changed 2 centuries of policy. Proven that forbidden bloodlines deserved to exist. Transformed ourselves from hunted outcasts to recognized protectors. Through the mate bond, I felt Darius's pride and relief. Through my empathic abilities, I felt the Covenant's collective joy and disbelief. Through my own exhausted consciousness, I felt the weight of leadership finally easing just slightly. We'd won. Not completely. I could see Kalen's fury, could sense other alphas who would resist this change, could feel the battle still to come. But we'd won the right to exist. The right to use our abilities openly. The right to prove our worth instead of hiding our nature. As the chamber slowly cleared, as wolves congratulated or condemned us depending on their views, as Theron approached with something that might have been approval in his amber eyes, I touched my mother's pendant one final time.
We did it, Mom.
We proved you didn't die for nothing. Prove that Thornbloods and all forbidden bloodlines deserve to exist. Prove that power used for protection instead of domination can change the world. I hope you're proud. I hope you're watching. I hope you know that your daughter learned to be visible. And she's never hiding again. Thanks for listening, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more stories.